Step into the eerie world of Paranormal M, where every episode uncovers a new chilling tale. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell for haunting stories. Prepare to be mesmerized by the mysterious shadow person encounter of the third kind. I've never really spoken about this publicly, but some recent research has shown me that other people have gone through very similar things. This happened to me when I was 15. It was just past midnight and I was awake way past my bedtime. On the phone to my then girlfriend. I live in a small flat, so you can hear whenever a room door or the main door is opened. I heard the main door open. It was my older brother returning home after a late night. He always liked to check on me, so I quickly ended the call with my girlfriend. I brought my blanket up to my neck, and I half closed my eyes. Through my half-open eyes, I saw him open my bedroom door. Closed my eyes fully, and then I heard my bedroom door close. He and I have always had a very mischievous and fun relationship, so I naturally assumed he was trying to trick me by fake closing the door and staying in the room. I opened my eyes slightly, and I saw this figure, albeit very silhouetted, standing behind my closed bedroom door. My bed at the time was on the other side of the room. I then saw him inch closer slowly, and I was getting ready to spook him. I closed my eyes. I felt the weight of his hand on my blanket over my feet, tracing them, which was very unusual of him, but I didn't think much of it. You know that feeling you get when someone's standing right beside you? I had that feeling. So I opened my eyes, thinking it was my brother. Then I went, boom! It wasn't my brother. It was a dark, shadowy figure with no discernible features at all. I heard it say, "Not your brother." The only thing I remember after that was waking up the next day feeling absolutely terrified and being completely unsure if that really happened or if it was imagined. Reading up online gave the idea of sleep paralysis being a reason. It wouldn't have been impossible for me to have achieved sleep paralysis in the few seconds between me ending the call with my girlfriend and my brother opening my room door. I also was able to move. This has never happened again, and it was I guess you could call it an isolated incident. I've never seen any other shadowy figures in my life. Unfortunately, I've not had to deal with any malevolent spirits. This incident just confuses and bewilders me. I did think it was worth sharing, though. Ask Reddit. This happened 24 years ago. I was 16, and it was in the middle of the night. It was summertime and hot, so I would sleep with my window cracked open about 6 inches. Right outside my bedroom window was a chain-link fence that separated the backyard from a separate backyard. They're both our property, though. There were planks of wood, like 2x4s, an extra window, and junk all leaning up against both sides of that fence. Our house was a work in progress, and we always had extra pieces of wood around. Anyway, I'm sleeping, and it's probably 2 a.m. and I just opened my eyes. I don't know why I woke up, but I just opened my eyes like on command. I see that I'm literally 4 inches away from the ceiling. I blinked several times, thinking my eyes were just out of focus. No, I am that close to the ceiling. As soon as I make that realization, I feel myself getting sucked back into bed. Totally startled and confused, I lied there. I was paralyzed in fear. Then I looked to the corner of the room toward the ceiling. I see a swirling gray cloud. In an instant, I sense this gray cloud knows I'm aware of its presence. It rushes over my bed, then shoots out the window. At that moment, the boards and wood leaning up against the fence outside my room explode. Not explode, but by some force. They're thrown from both sides of the fence. The next morning, wood was all over both yards. I didn't know how to explain what had happened, so I helped pick up all the wood and I carried on. The strange thing is that I knew that it needed an open window to escape, and I knew it as soon as it flew out that window. I don't know how I knew that, but it was important that the window was open. Many years later, I realized that I may have been having some kind of an out-of-body experience, but that was the most real, unreal thing that's ever happened to me. Our new home came with an unexpected guest. When I was around 11, my parents and I relocated to Texas. That's because my mom landed an amazing job offer. Initially, we stayed in a rental house for about a year until we finally decided to purchase a house. The backstory of our new home was quite intriguing. It previously belonged to 3 elderly women whom the town called the Golden Girls. They passed away one after the other, leaving Dolores, the last owner, behind. After Dolores passes away, her son put the house up for sale, and that's when we became its new owners. We settled in and lived there for maybe 3 years. Throughout our time in the house, we encountered various inexplicable paranormal incidents. Initially, we brushed them off, thinking very little of them. However, one particular day we began to suspect that there was more to these occurrences. It was when my dad experienced something truly eerie. As he walked through the living room toward his bedroom, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Stop it!" Confused, I looked up from the couch and asked what he meant. He then revealed that he had seen in his peripheral vision what appeared to be hands moving up and down behind his shoulders, and they were dancing behind him. My mom also experienced a large hand gripping her arm when she was attempting to sleep. She told me she was half asleep trying to pry these huge fingers off of her arm while a hot breath panted on her face. But the most disturbing incident occurred when I was around 13. One morning, I'm jolted awake by the sound of the garage door handle violently shaking. My dad had gone to Oklahoma to retrieve some of our belongings, leaving me alone in the house with my mom for the time being. Hesitantly, I crept into the hallway. As I headed toward my mom's room, she emerged, still groggy from sleep, wearing a towel wrapped around her head in the underwear. With mascara smudges under her eyes, too. She squinted at me, a typical sight since she was virtually blind without her glasses or contacts. Panic rising within me, I blurted out, "Is someone breaking in? What do we do?" And her response was oddly nonchalant as she mumbled, "What?" before retreating back to her room. Confusion and fear gripped me as I wondered why she wasn't alarmed. I retreated to my closet and I dialed my dad in a panic. He instructed me to call 911 while he contacted our neighbor. They arrived armed with a pistol. Still on the line with the emergency dispatch, I followed my dad's advice to escape through the back door. As I made my way, I encountered my mom and her neighbor standing there, with the front door wide open. My mom appeared perplexed as she asked, "Why didn't you open the door? I went out to get groceries." Stunned and speechless, I hung up the phone, apologized to the dispatch, and explained to my mom what had transpired. Her bewildered expression mirrored my own disbelief as I recounted the eerie events of that morning. There he is. Now I'm 23 years old, and it still shakes me up a little bit when I think back to that day. My parents believed me, as they had very few encounters happen to them as well in that house. I personally believe it was Dolores playing a trick on me. Leprechaun Visit. I think I might just have met a leprechaun in my house. I just had a nap this morning, and when I was still awake, I felt like somebody got into my room through the window. I heard it happening. I could feel a presence circle around the bed and head into the house. I was slightly scared, but since that really wouldn't have been possible because I have the windows locked, I brushed it off and kept trying to sleep. I sometimes have little lucid dreams or auditory hallucinations while in that pre-sleep state. Well, when I was able to fall asleep, I had this vivid dream. I was laying in my bed and I got up heading to the living room. There, I opened a cabinet and inside there was a little man, no bigger than 30 inches, bald with a short white little beard and small, like really separate blue eyes. He said, "The family," and jumped off the cabinet and ran to a corner. He seemed surprised that I could see him. I've had quote-unquote dreams that don't really feel like dreams before. I do think that they're some type of astral projection where we're able to access different realms. They have a very, particular feeling to them, like this big fear and feeling of stepping into a place weird and foreign. And this chill that accompanies it all over my body. I'm also always very present on my mind and body, so I'm way more like being awake. I don't know what are your beliefs, but I don't feel like these are regular dreams. I was initially mad and I told him to leave my house, but he just seemed surprised and a bit scared, almost like a kid caught him doing something wrong. He didn't seem like he wanted or could do me harm at that moment. So I tried to talk to him and asked what he was saying, and he said, "Leprechaun." I'm Brazilian, living in the U.S., so Irish folklore is not something I'm familiar with at all, and we don't have St. Patrick's Day or Irish culture present where I lived my whole life. I've heard this name before, but I don't think it's where my mind would go, if that makes sense. He wasn't dressing Irish at all, though he was wearing a gray shirt, and can't recall if they were pants or shoes. I don't even know if it actually, or rather if I actually had an encounter, if the creature was truthful about what they are. I asked him why he was in my house, and he answered something along the lines of fun or trick, and didn't quite get it. At that point, I was losing the grip of this dream, and the whole thing started glitching and fading away, and then it was just an empty space for a moment before being able to wake up. Considering we're getting close to Halloween, I do think it makes sense that this was an actual encounter with some type of spirit or creature that's roaming around. What do you guys think? Was this a regular dream, or was it a leprechaun visit or something else? Have you ever had something similar happen? Couldn't resist. Ask Reddit. When I was growing up, 2000 to 2010, we had a cat in the family called Elsa. She was an outdoor cat. My mother previously had a cat when she was a young adult called Jacko, a big black Tom, but he died before he was born. Anyway, one time Elsa went missing. This wasn't really uncommon, but she'd usually return after a day or two. After a week, we asked around the neighborhood for people to check garages and keep their eyes open. 3 weeks deep, we drive around the area calling for Elsa and whistling for her. 6 weeks deep, we assumed that she had gone too far and maybe found herself in an accident and died. 6.5 weeks after she vanished, Mom pulling into the driveway, there's this huge black tomcat in the front doorstep. It's just straight chilling out. I'm not fazed by the car pulling in nor my mom approaching her, rather it's not. And when she gets to the door, this cat walked down the path and just left. She tells us about the cat, asks us if we've ever seen it in the area before, and that there weren't any black cats in the area, at least that's they were being aware of. So my brother takes a look out the window to see if the cat's still there, and he says, "It's with Elsa." Being kids, my parents thought he was making it up, and when my mom looked out the window, there it was. The first time we assumed we were seeing a ghost. This black tomcat was walking up the pathway with Elsa. It was in horrific shape. It was following. Elsa had been hit by a car, evidently. Her face was all bloody and messy, and her jaw was broken, and she was extremely thin. While my parents were paying attention to Elsa, this cat vanished. We didn't see him leave or anything, and just suddenly gone. A year or so later, this cat returned. We were all in bed and cue loud-ass crying from outside. Parents and myself had been in the bedrooms in the front of the house. We look out and we see that Tom sat on the garden wall looking at the house. We were wondering if it was the same cat, but it was a huge boy, so there's no mistaking him. While we were looking, we noticed my dad's car in the middle of the road. As it turns out, he'd left his handbrake off, and it had rollen into the street. By the time my mom was downstairs to move the car, the cat was gone. He popped up a few more times, and in every event, he just vanished. I followed him one time to see where he was going. I followed him to a fence with a large overhanging tree. While there was a 5-minute sheet rainstorm, and the plants stuck on the fence. They were keeping me dry. My brother followed it out of the garden once and found a thug trying to break into her neighbor's car. They once walked through her back garden, and when followed, we found her next-door neighbor's dog snagged on a fence. Eventually, we stopped seeing the cat, but we always theorized that it was Jacko helping my mom out, helping her with whatever she was going through, like a rough patch or, just helping raising my brother and I. A recurring dream about a UFO and my personal experience. I keep having the same recurring dream that happens at least every month or so. It's about this spherical UFO in the sky above my house. In the dream, I'm looking out of the back porch and I see this, shining silver spherical object. It's traveling in an unusual pattern throughout the sky. I go outside to have a closer look, but then the object turns into a cloud. It's as if it's trying to hide. Weird, I know, and sometimes the UFO even lands in my back garden and hovers there for a few minutes, then takes off again. But the weird thing is that I had a strange encounter back in 2014 when I was a teenager. I did see a spherical object in the sky above my house. It must have been around 2:30 in the morning, around June or July. My bed was situated next to a window, that window overlooking a few fields behind the house. The position I was laying in had me looking out the window and toward the sky. For some reason that night I had woken up. I don't really know why, I was just wide awake. Anyway, I was looking at the clear, starry night, and that's when I noticed a very bright star. Brighter than any star that I'd ever seen before. Thought it was a bit strange, so I kept on looking. Then to my surprise, it began to slowly move down. As it moved, it became bigger. I still remember the utter astonishment and fear I felt at that time. I'd never seen anything like it, and it certainly was not a plane or any man-made craft that we know of. As I'm watching, it started to get closer to the ground, then disappeared for a few minutes behind the tree line of a nearby field. I waited and I watched as I felt too afraid to move or to get out of bed. A few moments later, the strange glowing sphere rose up from behind the tree line and swiftly took off into the sky. I'll never forget that. It was just such a bizarre experience. I don't know if my dream or my childhood experience are connected in any way. What were you growing in the garden? I don't know how to explain it. I'm going to be honest. I didn't really think too much of this occurrence until years later. To give you some background, I'm a 25-year-old, but this took place when I was in high school. So maybe 9 or 10 years ago. I was not into the paranormal at the time. I believed in spirits, but I wasn't going out of my way to learn about it. Plus, this was something else. I'm hoping maybe somebody can relate to this. This took course over the span of 4 or 5 minutes, so bear with me, it's my first time saying it. That night was a normal night. It was like any other school night. I was done with homework and I wanted to chill and relax. So, of course, I gathered my 2 kitties and hauled them both to my room against their will. It wasn't raining at all that night, and I think it was around the beginning of summer, maybe. Usually, my cats would just do the normal thing. Take a lap around the room, look around, lay in my bed, then leave. But that night, they were acting strange. The youngest 2-year-old cat was looking outside my room like he was watching something, while the oldest, the 6-year-old cat, was stressing. Airplane ears and everything. I had this feeling of unease, almost like a gut feeling that when you know something is about to happen. It felt like the air got thicker in a matter of seconds. Trying to hear, it felt like I was underwater or traveling to a higher elevation. It felt like I needed to pop my ears. Another thing, I heard nothing. No leaves falling, no wind, nothing. I lived in a quiet street at the time, but I couldn't hear nature, if that makes sense. All I heard was like a low buzzing. I was able to feel it in my head, too. Then my vision went completely white for like 2 or 3 seconds. I genuinely thought I had my eyes closed, but as I was seeing this white vision, my eyes blinked. I was still seeing complete white. And please bear with me on this part. I still feel kind of crazy and question what I saw, but as soon as that white flash was gone, there was this thread of light coming from my ceiling to the floor. It was see-through, but it was like there was darker specks moving in the light. Best way I can describe it is when you leave blinds partially open in a dimly lit room and you could see dust particles floating. Except my light in my room was on, and this light string was actually darker than the lighting in my room. I don't know why, but I put the palm of my hand right through it. Nothing happened. But also, as soon as that happened, it went away. I have 1-story house, or a 1-story house, so there's no way my siblings are messing with me, especially at 8 or 9 p.m. How it left is a bit foggy because I just remember it being gone as quick as it was there. The beam of light was skinny. I want to say it has the circumference of a thread of yarn. It wasn't translucent. The particles floating inside of it reminded me of static, except it wasn't black and white. Also, my cats immediately ran and left the room. That was as soon as I opened my bedroom door. Weird experience on past life regression. I'm skeptical to anything paranormal, especially now that I'm older. But at the same time, this thing sounds so fascinating that I never lost the interest on it, even being pretty sure that those aren't real. Because of that, I try some different things involving the paranormal. If it doesn't work, no problem. It's because I have zero expectations, and if I work it, it would blow my mind. On the part that really matters, the past life regression, I tried it just like anything weird that I try for fun, and it was really interesting. Can't describe the whole journey because I won't remember everything. It would take a lot, but basically, the doctor guiding me made me go through a path in my mind to a safe space on my psyche, I believe. And in that space, I needed to found 2 mirrors and look on the mirror on the right, only on the right. And this is going to be important. I looked on that mirror and I saw an old man on a really old house. There was snow everywhere around it. Inside the house, the old man was working on a broken clock with a lot more of the clocks on the wall. That was his workspace, and he was me. On the moment, I was sure that he was me from the past life. There's even a pretty big emotional moment for me when his his grandchildren came out and hugged him. Even if I didn't hurt anything, I was sure that those are my grandchildren. I wanted to cry. Damn. That was pretty cool for me, and even if I was really trying to be skeptical, that experience shaked myself. But the weird thing comes next. Remembering the whole experience later, I tried to recreate the thing by myself. The path, the safe space, the mirrors. But when I got to the mirrors, my curiosity got over me. Or perhaps got the best of you. I remember the doctor saying pretty clearly to me not to go on the left one, but I thought, what could happen? Probably it just won't work. So I looked on the left mirror, and the sensation was like I was being sucked by it. On the other side of the mirror, I saw a forest full of really big trees and sunlight everywhere. But that sunlight doesn't felt right to me. It was kind of disgusting to see for some reason. In the middle of the forest, I saw a group of people in white clothes dancing around a fire. I couldn't find any features of them, and the only thing happening was the dance. But my gut was telling that they did something really wrong. That by itself was hard enough to process. But then I saw it, a man or a woman with a mask made of wood with two long horns looking like deer horns fused with tree branches. The thing was looking directly back to me with those two black holes on its mask, and then it said, "Found you." I was so shocked from that time, I just got out of the whole hypnotized state that was necessary for the regression. I even had dreams with that thing for days. Looking at the trees made me unwell. It isn't affecting me nowadays, just some chills when I think, thoroughly about it, but besides that, all fine. I really liked the possible old me, in quotes, I saw in the good progression. But because of the other side, I really want this to just be my imagination, or that I wasn't on the bad mirror long enough for the thing to really track me, for some reason. Shadow. So a lot of people will say that this really happened, or my third cousin's dog's roommate had the same thing happen to them. But I am 100% serious when I say that I was plagued by spirits in my youth. I'm not going to go through every experience, possibly saving them for later posts, but the one that was, scratching at the back of my mind right now, that's the one that we're going to talk about. So I used to visit graveyards a lot in my youth, never really thought anything about it. I mean, it was the cool thing to do at the time. But one night I started to see shadows from the corners of my eyes. I could always see stuff normal people couldn't, at least when I was a kid. A few medications and hospital visits later, my parents now refer to it as my schizo phase. They're not the heroes in any story, so don't worry. But the meds never worked, and I'd learned not to talk about it. Well, back to the shadows. They were always far away, always moving, just outside my direct eyesight. This was hardly the worst of the stuff I experienced daily, so I ignored it for a while. I don't remember any exact circumstance that may have triggered it, but they started popping up during the day. Never in any pattern or with any reason that I could deduce. More active as time went along, though. I thought it was a playful something, I'm not really sure, but I was disarmed at least. That was until I noticed it getting closer one day. Normally I'd follow the shadows as they stayed out of sight, but one day they stopped and it stopped. In the middle of middle school lunch, my shadowy friend stopped the dark figure looming and lurking over the kids. I was terrified, needless to say. Tried to move my gaze, ignoring it, but the image was burned into my head. The darkness behind my eyes is now home to its haunting visage. I shakenly looked back at it. It was facing me. I say look, but it had no features at least. That's what I can recall years later. It was like a black energy. It stood towering even over the teachers. I ran to the bathroom and I hid there. When I was punished by my folks, I just said I was sick. And of course, I couldn't tell them I couldn't go back to the loony bin. So I swallowed up my fear and just tried to avoid it. I took every club and sports activity that would get me out of the school. but it was still there, just creeping ever closer. Even writing this, I feel the fear still. Still everything. I've always inclined to the dark, emo edginess side. One of the first ghost-like encounters conditioned me that the real monsters could get you even in the light. So it was always to be blissfully unaware of the dark and then terrified in the light. What was a shadow except the form cast off something else? My poor, naive mind. This thing or things would follow me inching closer, but only at school. That was till one day I was getting a drink of water. I was unable to sleep. Warm milk is the beverage of choice for late nights. When I got the milk from the fridge, as I passed the door out of the corner of my eye, the porch light was blacked out. I turned in terror, but nothing I thought. Maybe I was just seeing things. I poured my milk and stuck it in the microwave. I sat contemplating girls, homework, and everything a kid would do at that age. And again, I saw the porch light dim, only dim. I just thought maybe the light was going out. I relaxed in the chair again, and before then, the black arm waved right next to me. Before I could react, I was dragged into our basement. I wish I could tell you what happened after, but I don't even know. All I remember was screaming and digging my nails into the floor, watching them peel as I was dragged down. My parents, the ever-so-graceful drunks, were plastered and probably didn't hear or care. The next thing I do remember was walking at the bottom of the stairs, head toward them covered in bruises and cuts. My mom yelled at me to get ready for school. She saw the wounds and chalked it up to falling down the stairs at night and let me stay home one day. Lucky me. The shadows stopped after that day, though. Well, at least to my knowledge. I always theorized this and that, but that's for another time. For now, I'll leave you with the story and a bit of advice. If you see something in the corner of your eye, maybe keep it there. Creepy encounter while on holiday. I was reminded of this incident when I was watching a paranormal Reddit compilation on YouTube. This is the only thing that happened to me that I can't explain. So when this happened, I was about 12 or 13. My brother was maybe 10 or 11. Me, my dad, and brother went on holiday. We all had our own rooms. I was laying in bed trying to get sleep, facing the middle of the room. I started hearing this sound like somebody was scratching their nails on guitar strings. I was freaked out, so I turned to face the wall and tried to pretend it wasn't even happening. It lasted for about 30 seconds, then it stopped. Then I felt something push my back and move forwards a little bit. Like whatever was doing it was angry and that I wasn't paying attention. Nothing else happened, and I went to sleep. The next morning I told my brother, and he said it was him. There's no way he could have done it. That's because I would have heard him come in. And he's also very heavy-footed. There's also nothing in my room that could have made that sound, except maybe my suitcase zipper, but even then, something unseen must have been manipulating it. The sound was also going up and down in pitch like you'd expect from somebody scraping their nails on guitar strings. I'm not sure if I believe in ghosts or not, but I can't explain this. Hopefully there's no mouse. My friend and I stumbled across something terrifying and mind-blowing. I haven't been able to sleep thinking about this. When my friend Dalton and I were preteens, and throughout our early teenage years, we'd hang out mostly just him and I nearly every day. Occasionally, we'd befriend a neighborhood kid here and there, but for the most part, it was just Dalton and I. And Dalton and I were the only ones who started what we called ghost hunting. It was the thing that we did. It started one summer when we both watched Ghost Adventures Crew on TV and were like, yo, that's cool, let's do that. So being broke, bored kids was nothing but time to kill on summer break. We downloaded some silly Ghost Radar app on my first-generation iPod Touch and began going through all the motions and likes like they did in the GAC. If there's anyone here with us right now, please give us a sign. We're here to talk to you and would like to communicate back, and so forth. We'd do this in every room in my parents' Victorian-era house, at the playground, the backyard, and then started going down to the woods, as everybody calls it. My parents' house is across the street from a park, and behind the park is a river with a couple of impromptu boat launches and a pretty decently sized woodsy area with a couple of hiking trails. A couple specific spots in the woods become our hangout. Namely, the enormous rock pile construction crews would dump right at the opening to where the trails were by the river. They were like small mountains, the largest one probably being 30 or 40 feet high. There were about 4 or 5 big ones. It was awesome to a couple of teenage boys. It was like our very own rock fort. So we'd have our occasional, dude, that was crazy, ooh, spooky moments, most of which could be very well chalked up to coincidence. The wind, maybe a creaky old floor in the house, the woods making nature sounds. But then, one day, it started getting real. Hard to find the words to describe how what we began to experience made us feel, but it blew our entire minds and view of the world. The day started as usual. We went down to the rock piles, went atop our favorite one to where we'd hang out frequently. We started ghost hunting as usual. It was probably about noon and warm and sunny out. We had my old aluminum kid-sized baseball bat with us to dig around at the baseball fields with. I don't think we even had a baseball, just the bat. On top of our mountain, getting bored because no eeks or creaks or spooky ghosties were happening, Dalton was like, I bet I can get that bat to balance upright on this rock. Naturally, I said, no, you can't. He began trying to balance the round-ended bat on the round rock. After a few seconds, he let his hand go and said, Ha! I told you I'd get it. Check it out. He was all smug, thinking he was hot shit for it. So my snarky ass went to knock it over and tell him that he didn't, but I pushed on it, the seemingly magically balancing bat. It didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it moved from the push of my hand, but it had resistance. It went back into a balanced position. It was as if something invisible was holding the thing upright. My face dropped, and I tried to push it again. Same thing. Dalton thought I was messing with him, so he tried to push it, and the invisible bat holder was still at large. His face now looked how mine probably looked. We just looked at each other, perplexed for a second, then we both slowly grabbed the bat. It was ice cold. I mean, it all of a sudden felt like it had been stuck into a freezer for about an hour. This was the middle of summer, and during the daytime, we both froze, in a metaphorical way at least. I didn't know what to do or say. We let go of the bat, and it was still standing. One of us went to push it over again, and that time it finally acted like it was obeying the known laws of physics again and fell to the ground. We jumped like startled cats and started freaking out like, WTF, what's happening? There's no way. My God, our ghost hunting actually worked. We quickly turned from that terrified to excited. We just had something paranormal actually physically happen right before our eyes for the first time. We spiraled and started trying everything that we could think of and testing different things to see if we could invoke who or whatever had made contact with us. Somehow, Dalton landed onto an idea where he had held a small pebble from the rock pile in his hand and kept saying over and over out loud things like, if there's someone still here with us, please show me by touching this stone. Or move this stone from my hand. Stuff of that sort. I then had my entire reality shattered as I watched this pebble fucking hop from my friend's hand. Landed about 5 feet in front of us. I was dumbfounded, but I had to try and see if it still worked when it did. Or rather, when I did it. Had to try and alleviate all suspicion that he might be fucking with me still. So I took a small pebble in my hand and said what he said and kept focusing on it and prompting some spirit or whatever to move it until after about a minute it worked. It literally actually worked. The pebble shot out of my hand like somebody had flicked it. I couldn't believe this. We were two barely pubescent boys who had just either discovered telekinesis or conjured a spirit. Either way, we were ecstatic. We kept doing the pebble thing, trying to talk to spirits and whatnot. We kept having things happen more and more, like small pebbles seemingly being thrown at us from nowhere all around us, even, like every couple of minutes even. Strange feelings that made our hair stand up on edge. Seeing figures through the trees occasionally, and at one point, we watched as a fallen tree branch about 4 feet long and quarter-size in diameter lift up off the ground 10 feet away from us. It then flew toward us, just as if somebody that we couldn't see picked it up and just chucked it at us. This one did kind of scare us, so we went home shortly after that. Later when I got home, I was still giddy about the discovery of our little pebble phenomena and the bat. So I tried it at home. I had a bottle of water I'd been drinking, and I sat it down at my parents' dining room table. Held the bottle so it was resting on the table upright. I rehearsed her typical voiced requests. If there's someone here, please show me by moving this bottle. This was basically just how we did it earlier with the pebbles. Then all of a sudden, it felt like someone smacked the bottle out of my hands. Skid across the table out of my hand, landed onto the floor. I was absolutely psyched. My God, it actually worked still. I wasn't just imagining it. This is crazy. I can't wait to try this with other stuff. But then, it got scary. A bit later, I went up to the stairs toward my bedroom, and as soon as I got to the top of the stairs, I watched a black figure like a shadow suspended in space in front of me. It walked across my bedroom doorway and then vanished. This scared the ever-living shit out of me. It wasn't nearly as freaky as objects moving from our hands or becoming freezing cold and standing on our own, or things flying at us from the ground, but the thing about paranormal stuff and the unexplained is it's cool when you're trying to invoke it. But when you aren't and it happens out of nowhere, it's goddamn fucking terrifying. I ran downstairs. My heart was racing like Dale Earnhardt. My eyes started to tear, absolutely freaking out. That was the first time I had ever seen something like that in front of me. I started telling my dad what I saw, panicked. My father has never been one to acknowledge the paranormal or magic or anything like that. Anytime I said I heard a weird noise or I saw something creepy, he'd always just tell me it's my imagination and there's an explanation for it. Not this time. I think what terrified me the most was my typical skeptical, logical father's reaction to me telling him what I just saw. He looked at me in the eyes and said very sternly, "You better stop messing with that shit, because I don't want you bringing anything into my house. Something probably followed you home." And I had never heard my father even acknowledge the existence of anything paranormal before that. It was then that I stopped ghost hunting, everything altogether. That scared me out of it. I also learned that the spot that we were ghost hunting is on an ancient Native American burial ground. A lot of people have also died in the river near that area. People have reported strange phenomena there as well. It's since been probably 10 or 15 years since I've seen Dalton. He moved away after high school and I lost contact with him. But I've been thinking about what happened that summer again lately. Moreover, I've been reading up on different documented occults and self-proclaimed sorcerers and accounts of people talking to the dead and such. One thing that stood out to me specifically was something called Solomonic magic. Solomonic. I guess it was a practice this guy did way back however many hundreds of years ago that supposedly involved summoning spirits, using their forces and what have you. Stuff that's usually considered black magic by today's lingo. I've always been a pretty logical person. I try to find scientific explanations for everything I don't understand, but the things I experienced are far beyond my comprehension. I wonder if this Solomonic magic was actually things like what I experienced transpiring in people who performed those ceremonies. Did it happen to them, and did they somehow figure out a way to intensify it or control it? Did they delve further into it and discover more of what I just scratched the surface of? Is this a science that can be studied? Is magic real, and is my whole life a lie? Okay, I'm getting ridiculous, but am I, though? How do we know magic and spirits and ceremonial paranormal phenomena and sorcery and whatever doesn't exist? The stuff I experienced was absolutely real in all senses of the word. That must mean that people throughout history might have been able to tap into whatever this, or more than I did, right? Are what we consider magic and ghosts and sorcery all interconnected? Is it some way our brains can physically influence things around us? Are we really able to contact people that have passed, or is it like an energy that flows through everything in nature, like the Native Americans have talked about? What did Dalton and I experience that summer? I want to know more about whatever this is so badly. I want to know if it's something that can be studied. If it is, I want to learn as much as I can about it. What if it's some kind of energy or something that can be harnessed? What if ghosts are real? I'm going off on a tangent, but from what we experienced, I know for certain there are things in the world that we can't yet comprehend, and are scary and mind-blowingly amazing. Grandma thanked me. I was never truly a believer in this stuff, and feel even more amazed that this happened to me. My grandma passed away on the 28th around 3 a.m. She was in hospital on my birthday 3 weeks ago, and on Monday things got worse. My siblings and I visited her on Monday twice. In the evening before we left, she told us how she had only been 5 minutes left and had tears in her eyes. We thought she was delusional and confused due to one last attempt of dialysis. We said goodbye and told her we'd see her soon. A few hours later, Doctor called in her kids because she wouldn't make it through the night. But she did. In her last 2 days, I spent over 8 hours by her side, brought her favorite blanket, stroked her hair. I was the only one that she responded to. Before she died, I told her it's okay to go, and that we're okay, and I'll be taking over her spot now. She shouldn't worry about us. Although she was non-responsive during that time, this was one moment she actually looked at one of us, smiled, and then shed a tear. After she passed away, I went to see her twice, and both times repeated my words. Told her I loved her, and we also had a special bond, and being the last one to ever touch her is very special to me. Last night, I woke up at around 2 a.m. to a weird state of being paralyzed and some sort of ringing in my ears I never experienced before. Then I heard a muffled voice saying, "Just thank you. Everything's going to be all right." It sounded like somebody was talking to me from the other side of a glass window, and still the voice was somewhat clear. My partner was fast asleep, and I could hear his breathing and snoring through this whole experience. As I said, I never really believed in the stuff, but I feel like my grandma came to see me and thank me for everything I've done for her. Black floating worm. I was just laying on the couch next to my boyfriend. He's playing a video game and I was chilling on my phone. No drugs or alcohol in the system, by the way. I see this small black thing that at first I thought was a spider coming slowly down the ceiling toward me, and I only thought it was a spider because what else slowly lowers itself toward you from a ceiling? But as I shift from it being in my peripheral vision to being my main focus, I clearly see that it's a black worm-like thing. It's very thin, maybe the length of a finger coming down toward me. It's moving the way a worm might move. I start to flinch back, and I panic the way you do when a bug gets too close, still trying to process what it is I'm looking at, and if it's a threat or not. My boyfriend starts to notice that I'm kind of shrieking back from something, or he asks what's wrong. I start mumbling. What the is that? Something's floating. Then suddenly it shifts direction and starts going upward, very slowly, as if it was light as a feather on an upward breeze. But there was no breeze in the room. Now I'm pointing at it because it's not right in my face, and I'm actually gaining clarity that it's not a bug. And I'm saying over and over, right there, see that? My boyfriend's like, where? I'm pointing directly at it, saying, that, right there, see it? He doesn't see anything. Now I'm feeling crazy and incredulously asking him, don't you see that? You don't see that right there? I blink a bunch of times, thinking it's something in my eye, and it's clearly not. It's a very real thing occupying space in front of me. It keeps slowly floating up, and just keeps insisting he doesn't see this wriggling black worm that I can clear as day see floating up toward our ceiling. Finally, it just disappears, like it went up into the ceiling the way a ghost would pass through a wall. And then I'm sitting there just massively freaked out. My boyfriend's still insisting he can't see a damn thing. I stand up, I turn on the overhead light instead of just seeing the indirect lights that we had on, which were comfortable dim setting for when we're relaxing, but not so dark that it would explain any of this. I start pacing under where I saw the black thing disappear, trying to see if maybe I can see it now. There's new angles and fuller lighting. Nothing. Rushed to the bathroom, checked my eyes, thinking maybe I literally have something in my eye. But no. I know what an eye squiggle looks like, the way it chases your gaze or disappears when you blink, and this was not that. How do I recover? What was that? I take no medication other than birth control, and I haven't smoked weed today or drank, and I've never had any sort of experience like this one. Has anybody ever seen anything like this? My boyfriend says he thinks I'm just stressed out, and today was Thanksgiving. We've both been home after visiting family for a few hours. I had a full day of cooking yesterday, but I was perfectly calm and content when this happened. Did I hallucinate, or was it a paranormal experience? I'm so uncertain how to go about my night after something like this. I just saw a caterpillar do that outside of a store. Not to say that it was a caterpillar, but it did go up and then go down, and it was black. The Haunted Farm. That farm was cheap at the time my grandparents bought it. It had a rough past, and people in those days were very superstitious. But not my grandparents. They were very religious. They bought the farm, got the local priest to bless it, and off they went to farm that land. Before my grandparents bought it, 2 entire families had each died of various illnesses. No big deal. Medicine wasn't that great. It was expensive, plus the farm was far from the nearest hospital. The last 2 owners after that met tragic ends. One shot himself over debt, and the next, his wife hung herself in an old majestic tree about 50 feet away from the main house. The husband was the only one that sold the farm to my grandparents, my grandpa specifically. Both my grandparents, one of my uncles, and one of my aunts passed away of natural causes in that farm. Too young, in my own opinion. In any case, during Christmas, the whole family would travel and stay over until after New Year's. All of us cousins would play or hang out while adults cooked. We'd all been told the ghost stories, and I've been always sensitive. There was one in particular that we'd all agreed on, and we were entirely convinced. Every night at around 10 p.m., the light near that tree would flicker. My cousins and I were about 8 or 9 maybe at that time. There's a good 20 of us, so whenever we noticed the light flicker outside, we'd go look out the window to see who saw it first. If we went outside for a moment, there would be stillness and complete silence. From the shadows beneath the tree, you could see the silhouette of a woman in a long dress, barely visible, but still definitely there. This particular spirit was stuck. Lots of people beside us would see her, even those passing by who knew nothing. If they saw her, they sometimes would run up to my grandparents, knock on the door, and let them know about this woman hanging from the tree. Nobody's lived there for a decade, but we still own it. There's new houses around, and yes, they see her too. Is it shadows and light tricking our minds year-round? I know she's there. Was it my dad's spirit? My dad passed away a month before I had this experience. At my mother's house, there's a garage where we used to spend most of our time. I was standing in it, talking with my friend, when we both heard the back door of the house. It always made a specific sound, so this sound could always be connected to someone going inside or coming out of the house. The first time we heard it, we both looked out of the window from the garage. We couldn't see anyone. Knowing that we were the only ones in the home that day, I walked out of the garage and into our home. No one was there. I went back to the garage, and me and my friend began talking again. Then we heard the back door again. We immediately looked through the window, and again, no one. This was the moment where we looked at each other, with fear in our eyes. Both of us could not really explain why we heard this back door 2 times, while no one walked in or out of the house. It's not possible to run far into the house or outside, so it couldn't be a prank. The sound of the back door is so unique. It could also not be something else we heard. How did we both hear the same sound and looked at the same thing without saying anything about it to each other? Could it be my dad's spirit? My best friend dreamed about his actual death. My best friend and I would always talk about crazy dreams that we had. Never really thinking much of it until he told me about one where he'd get hit by a car and died. We were about 15 or 16 when he told me of the dream. And we were into conspiracies and stuff like aliens and paranormal lucid dreaming, so we'd talk about this stuff a lot. He died right before he would have turned 20. He said he was riding a skateboard wearing all black when a car hit him. He could see everybody at his funeral. He even said his crush was at the funeral and laughed about it. He just kept going on about how it was so real, and it really shook him up until eventually I forgot about it. Then a few years later, after I'd long forgot about the dream he told me about, it happened for real. His crush was at his funeral. He did get hit by a car and die. He was wearing all black like in the dream, his work clothes, and he was riding my skateboard. It was all true. I still don't know what to make of it all. Every single detail I remember from his dream came true, and I'm sure there's parts of it he told me that I don't remember. I felt crazy. I didn't tell anyone about it. I just don't know why or how he saw it happen in his dream, and I think, what if he never told me about it? Just left me with so many questions, but I guess now I have proof, at least to myself, that our souls go on after we die. I just wish I knew why he experienced that dream and told me about it. Like, there has to be some kind of a reason. I just think about how I wouldn't believe the story if it hadn't experienced, well, if I hadn't had that experience myself. Has anybody ever experienced anything similar? Television communication. Siblings moved in a few doors down from us. That was in the early 2010s. The house gave an eerie feeling. Nonetheless, nothing out of the ordinary. One day we were going somewhere together and told me her garage door was going up and down, not initiated by her. So I come by to try to unplug and try pushing buttons manually to see if it worked. It stayed shut by the time I had walked back through the mudroom. Small hall between the garage and the house. It opened back up. I could see through both doors since both had glass top shelves, or halves. There was a motorcycle in the garage, and I'm staring at it, and I see a silhouette fly by on it. I chalk it up to the garage door opening, but it stayed shut once it was closed. Now the fun part. The TV was going on and off, and it was on a static channel, so we both laugh and say it's creepy. It's like a poltergeist vibe. I unplug it. It was on a power strip, so a side-by-side receptacle outlet. I plugged it from the right receptacle. Left side had nothing plugged in, which is going to be important. We both leave, and our dad calls us laughing, saying, "Oh, were you guys in a rush and leave the garage door open?" We both say, "Unplug it, it's been acting up." He does as it's on the phone and says, "Oh, your sensor must not be working. It went to close on me as I was underneath it, but it's unplugged." Again, odd, but I'll give it to electrical issues with the opener. Now here's where it starts. He says, "Why did you guys leave the TV on?" My heart sinks. I have a great memory, and we both know I unplugged it. He said, "That's impossible, it's unplugged." He sends a picture, and it's on static. We finally get back home and explain to our mom and stepdad. We think maybe somebody could be in the house. Me and my stepdad go into the house and look behind the TV, and it's plugged into the left receptacle. Again, I unplugged it from the right side. We're standing in front of the TV, and the channel numbers pop up as if someone's trying to type in a channel. We ran out, and as the channel started with 6, you can put that thought process together. We were never a paranormal family until this. We're outside for a few, just talking. We go back in. Channels are changing, and volume keeps going up and down on static, and it stops. I'm a very joking person, and at the calm moment I say, "If someone's in here with us, turn on the TV." It turns on. We then get the idea to ask questions using channel numbers like, "If you like the color blue, press 4. If you like pink, press 8. Naturally, I ask a question relating to it if they plugged in the TV in the garage. The responses corresponded to yes, it did. As my mom was talking on the phone with another family member, the family member gave us 2 numbers and 2 colors. The TV chose the color of her shirt, and none of us knew it. It knew social security numbers and work phone numbers. That scared me more than other things. We get down to whatever it was, and they were reaching out for a message from my dad, and that he needs to change, and he hasn't been doing good. My dad had many health issues and passed away 2 years after these events. These weren't unknown issues, but whatever was communicating through the TV was right. This was over 12 years ago from that first event. My sister has since moved, but it followed and occasionally comes by just to say hello. It's come to my house and put on Bosley infomercials, men's hair loss products, which my dad always joked that I'd need when I'm older, because he was bald. I find it comforting, but when I explain to people, well, they either don't believe or think it's the craziest thing that they've heard. And here I am thinking about spirits having people's social security numbers. I think I just experienced something paranormal. It's the day after Thanksgiving now, technically. So I'm over at a relative's for the holiday. Had the plan to stay for a couple of days, so I brought my Xbox. I was playing for a while, and I heard down the hall my mom calling my name, specifically my mom's voice. But my mom is out of state, otherwise not here. I tried shaking it off, but then it was sounds of footsteps or little thuds. I walked around to sort of find where the sound was the loudest, and it was in front of the kitchen door. I tried shaking it off again because it's a condominium, so maybe it was just the upstairs neighbor things. Until I continued to play my game, sitting in the living room, which for context is right next to the kitchen and attached to the dining room in the hallway. The sounds kept getting louder the more I tried ignoring them. So I looked in the direction of the connecting areas, and I could see a face. It was very faint the first time, and I thought I was just being dramatic until I continued to look, and this faint outline of an elderly woman was just so obvious. When I looked over at the time, it was genuinely 3:03. It freaked me the literal F out. I got nervous, so I got up, and now I'm wondering what I'm doing and if I'm going insane. I do remember when my relative first moved in here, and we talked about the eerie feeling and the strange sounds that we hear at night, but I'm unsure of what happened to the previous owner. Any thoughts or prayers? The doors in my house are being weird. The door to my bedroom used to randomly throw itself open, but recently it's almost responsive. A couple of months ago, my friend was over watching my toddler downstairs while I took a therapist's Zoom call in my room upstairs with the door shut. I heard the door jiggle a little bit. It's very loose. Probably not original to the house, which was built in the 1800s but very old. I stopped and I looked over my shoulder at the door. Nobody came in. It jiggled again and slowly turned, and I heard the metal thing slide up and the door popped open and stayed in the frame. Feeling awkward, I said, "Did you need something?" And the door opened just about an inch. I was unable to see in the dark hall, but worried it was my daughter, I said, "It's okay, you can come in." The door flew open, bumping into the pile of laundry against the wall. Nobody was there. My therapist was not as freaked as me. Maybe your adult friend is hiding on the stairs. Not something she'd do, but I looked anyway. No one was there. I went down, asked her, and she said that they hadn't left the living room. My dogs are still in the yard, where they stayed during her visits. A few nights ago, the same doorknob was rattling around like crazy while we were in bed. My dog sometimes gets on her back legs to paw the knob, so I sighed. Without looking away, I asked my husband, "Would you let Maggie in?" And the door flew open. No one was there, no dog, no person. A few weeks ago was the anniversary of the previous owner's death. He was a friend. We keep everything upstairs, but the main bedroom door closed during the day. 4 doors. I came upstairs and every single door was open. I feel crazy being creeped out by doors, but I am. See ya. This is Paranormal M, your ultimate destination for spine-tingling stories. Subscribe now to join us on this thrilling journey into the unknown. Are you ready to uncover the secrets of the paranormal, ghost of pet, or sleep paralysis? Hi guys, so last night was a bit of a scary experience, but I'm really not sure what to think of it, and I wondered if anybody else has had this before. Context. I had a beautiful Labrador who passed away about 4 years ago. They were called Gucci. She was such a massive part of my life, and her departing this world broke me down. Now I know that sleep paralysis is also a thing. I know it can happen in many forms, but part of me doesn't think that's what happened last night. As I was awake, I was able to move, and I was fully conscious. So I was asleep for a few hours with my earphones in, listening to music. At around 4 a.m. I woke up to my music still playing, so I took my earphones out and put them on the side. About 5 minutes after, I'm still awake and I hear what sounds exactly like a dog walking up the stairs. The footsteps sounded like how Gucci walked. She was slightly overweight, so she had a distinctive foot pattern walking, which then followed with the footsteps coming into my room and jumping onto my bed. She always used to sit tucked behind my legs. That's exactly what I felt. In my mind at the time, I was like, oh, it's just Gucci. Then reality set in and I realized she hasn't been with us for years. Here's the weird bit, if it isn't weird already. I was lying with my hand out and I could feel what felt like a cold dog head lying in my hand, accompanied with an intense pressure in my ears. Whenever or whatever it was on my bed leant further against me, it would increase. At this point I just froze, told myself to go to sleep, which is what I did. This morning I woke up with my door shut and locked, so whatever it was can walk through doors, I've spoken to family, and they don't know either. My sister said it was just sleep paralysis, but my mom thinks it was our beloved dog. I do believe in certain energies and forces when it comes to the afterlife, but I've never experienced anything like this before. Has anyone else been visited this intensely by a departed pet? Or do we think this is just sleep paralysis? I'm confused and slightly scared. They mimicked my parents. Fall for it once. I was 4 when we moved back to my dad's childhood home where he grew up. Let me give you the layout of the house for better understanding. The house had 3 bedrooms. My parents' room was directly in front of the entrance. To the left of my parents' room was my room, the kitchen, and just a few steps into the hallway from the entrance to the right of my parents' room was the bathroom and my brother's room. Ever since we moved into this house, I always felt scared in my parents' room, even though I love watching horror stuff. I don't get scared that easily. I can watch the whole horror movie by myself, and I could go outside in the dark alone, or I can sleep in my room alone without any fear. But if you'll ask me to stay alone in my parents' room, there's just no way in hell I would. I've experienced many activities, but these 2 stand out the most. I was in high school, came home, and nobody was home. Went into my room, and from my room I can see half into the hallway. Then is the blind spot from where I can't tell if somebody went to my parents' room or to the bathroom or to my brother's room. It was a small house, so I could hear every sound of doors opening, and there was only one entrance. I could clearly see who was coming in and going out. I was sitting on my bed texting my best friend. I heard the entrance door open, and I looked up and saw my mom coming in, and she stopped just before the blind spot, and she looked straight at me. We made eye contact, and she kept looking at me as if she was angry at me. It was weird, so I asked her what happened, and what I did. Maybe I did something wrong. She didn't reply, just kept staring at me. And here I was thinking, oh shit, did I messed something up again? Am I in trouble? And then she said, come into my room, and she went inside. I got up immediately and went to her room, but there was no one. I called for her, no reply, and then I thought maybe she went to the bathroom because, remember, these rooms are in a blind spot for me. So I went to the bathroom. Mom, are you in there? No reply. I checked inside, empty. Then I went to my brother's room, empty as well. I called for her again. Mom? No reply. Then I realized that if it was my mom, she would have replied to me. It's one thing if it was my brother who would be trying to play a prank on me, but not my mom. I went outside to see, and there she was. She was talking to my aunt in front of her house. I went up to her and I asked, did you just came outside? She said, no, I came outside like an hour ago. I told her what happened and she didn't believe me. A year passed by, nothing really happened. It was summers. One day, suddenly the AC in my room stopped working. It was getting dark, so the technician said he'll come by the next morning. I had no choice but to sleep in my parents' room. So their bed's on the right side of the door, and I placed my mattress perpendicular to there. That way I was in front of the door and I could see the hallway in the front of the kitchen. The lights were off, but there was light coming from outside, so it wasn't completely dark. The door was open because my mom had this phobia from her childhood that she can't sleep with the door closed. It was around 12 a.m. and I wasn't able to sleep, just turning sides by this time. Now my back was facing the door, and I turned back and I saw my mom going from the kitchen toward the bathroom. I didn't thought much of it because, well, she left when I was facing the other way. So I waited for her to come back, so that way I could ask her to bring me some water on her way back. 10 minutes passed. She didn't come back. Then I was like, did she really went out, or I was just tripping, so I got up to see if she was still in the bed, and there she was, sleeping peacefully. I laid down, and I wasn't, scared or sacred at this point. Then I closed my eyes, trying to fall asleep, and then I felt as if somebody stepped onto my mattress. I thought, oh, maybe it's Dad going to the bathroom, and of course I'm lying down in the middle of the way, out, so obviously he has to step into my mattress in order to go out. Okay, no problem. Didn't open my eyes, and then for the next step, he stepped right next to my feet. I could feel that my feet touched his feet. Then he stopped. Okay, it is dark. Maybe he's deciding where to put his next step so that he doesn't end up stumbling upon me. A couple of seconds pass by and he's not moving, so I just pull my legs up so that he gets the idea that he can move forward. After 20 or 30 seconds, later I put my legs back to where they were and I ended up touching his feet again. I was a little bit annoyed, like, come on, Dad, move. I gently tapped onto the side. This was 2 or 3 times with mine, signaling that you can move forward. But he didn't, and mind you, I haven't opened my eyes yet. Ask me why, I don't know. And if you ask why I haven't spoken yet, well, there is this unspoken rule in my family where my mom's sleeping, you don't make a noise because she's a light sleeper. You could wake her up even with the sound of turning pages. Then she'll have a hard time falling back asleep. We feel guilty if we end up waking her, basically. So after I tapped, he didn't move, and I tapped again, not moving, and I opened my eyes because I was frustrated at this point. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw him going out of the room, and from the back, I could only see his white t-shirt. Then I waited for him to come back, so at this time, he could go back to his bed easily. 20 minutes passed by, and he didn't come back. Then it hit me. I was like, wait a minute. I turned on my phone's flashlight to see if he was in the bed or not. And there he was, sleeping soundly. And then whatever I've experienced in this house came in front of my own eyes. I quietly laid back down, pulled my covers on, tried to calm myself down, collected my thoughts. It wasn't sleep paralysis because I was able to move my body. I had for sure felt those feet. And now to make sure I wasn't dreaming, I texted my best friend that I saw something. So just that when I wake up the next day, I could verify it. Then I prayed and went to sleep. The next morning, I was telling my mom what was happening, and I was only halfway through my dad, and he interrupted and said, it was just a dream. And I remembered the text I sent last night, pulled out my phone, looked up the text, and it was there. I showed it to my mom, and it's 12:30 a.m. I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake. After seeing the text, that's when my mom's face turned pale. I said to my dad that you yourself have experienced stuff like that. I expect at least you to believe me. Then my mom said, okay, tell me what happened next. I told her then I saw Dad going out, and she said, wait a minute. But he wasn't wearing white last night. Has anyone had a paranormal experience in school? When I was in high school in Maine, I used to go to a private school in Bangor. John Baptist is a private school that's been around for a very long time. Had my experience in the auditorium. To give you the layout of the auditorium, the main doors open into the auditorium. It's very old. Has stained glass windows and rows of very old wooden chairs facing the stage. Has a balcony seating also. My experience happened one day after theater class. We'd been practicing for the play Grease. The practice had run late, and we finished up at around 11 p.m. Myself and my friend David were going around making sure everything was put away and doors were closed. As we came back to the stage, we noticed someone up on the balcony. They were saying to each other, who's that, because we were the last ones in the auditorium. Everyone else had left, and Mr. Reed was back in the classroom. There was a blonde-haired kid wearing the purple and white leather jacket for the school. David yelled up to him that the auditorium was closed and we were leaving and he had to go too. He just kept sitting there and looking at us. He said nothing. I then said that we were leaving, so it was time to go. Still, he didn't say anything or move, just watching us. By this time, we were getting creeped out. I had David go find Mr. Reed while I stayed there, and the whole time he was going, this person and I just looked at each other. After what seemed like an eternity, Dave and Mr. Reed came through the doors. Mr. Reed was asking what was going on, and I said that somebody was in the balcony, so he looked up and there was no one there. In the seconds that I looked at Mr. Reed and then back up, he had disappeared. Mr. Reed thought that we were joking, but after telling him that we were serious, we all went up into the balcony to see if anyone was up there. Naturally, there was no one there, but the chair he was sitting in was still down. That freaked us all out. After a very extensive search of the balcony and the rest of the auditorium, just to make sure, we decided to leave. It was past midnight at this point, so we turned the lights out and locked the doors and left. After this, I researched the history of the school. Did find out that a student had committed suicide in the auditorium after his girlfriend had broke up with him. Not sure when or why, and didn't really say. He was so solid looking. After finding this out, I went into the auditorium after classes a week or so later. I said out loud, "Sorry for what happened to you. Hope you enjoy the show." Figured he was there to watch the show. We did the show to a full house, and if he was there, I hope he liked it. That's my story. I'd love to hear yours. Please share. Meeting apparitions. Has anyone met a ghost that did not look like a ghost, but looked a solid person? I have a couple, but the one that sticks out for me was years ago when I worked at the little store in Lebanon, New Hampshire. This happened during the time my wife was fighting cancer. We were hard up for money because of the hospital bills. So to give you the layout of the little store, pull up in front and there were 2 picnic tables on either side of the front door. Walk in and to your left is where you can get coffee and soda. To your right, the cash register, and straight down the aisle is the coolers to the beer. So it had been a busy day. When it finally slowed down, the lady I was working with went outside to take a break. This was late afternoon. I was the only person in the store. I was cleaning up the counter after making sandwiches. I wasn't really paying attention until a man tall with red hair, was maybe late 30s, got my attention. He was standing in the front of the register. To be honest, I jumped a little bit because he scared me. I didn't even hear him come in. I was asking him what I could do to help him, and he asked me to make him an Italian sandwich. So I started making the sandwich for him, and we made light conversation. As I turned my back on him so I could grab the provolone cheese, he just wasn't there anymore. I was like, what? This is a very small store, so I know I would see him if he was still there. I also didn't hear the door sensor go off, so I literally shot around the side counter and shot outside. I asked Martha which way he went. The street is very long and straight in both directions, so I would have seen him, I think. She was like, "Who are you talking about?" So I told her who I saw. She saw no one. Where she was sitting was right beside the door, so she would have had to have seen him. That freaked me out. He was so solid looking. Thinking he may have come across from the funeral home across the street. Why does the spirit cross the road? Same as the chicken. My Nan's ghost was in my house. I used to live in a very small house in a rural area, and when I was around 12 or 13 years old, my Nan had passed and obviously our family was very upset. especially my younger brother of about 8. They got on very well. Other than that, our family got through it, and we were all right to talk about things. But it still upsets us, about a month after she passed. After about 2 months, her death finally kicked in, at least for me. That's because I usually wouldn't see her for long periods of time anyway, so it wasn't horribly different from, that time. But it eventually kicked in after about 2 months. After about another month, I began to calm down, but of a night, I start feeling horribly uneasy as I was trying to sleep. It wasn't a kind of not being able to sleep due to temperature, but as if somebody is watching me in the hallway. Thought I was being paranoid until I asked my mother if she felt anything. She told me she thinks somebody watches her every single night at around 9:30 to 10 p.m., which is when we would usually sleep. Me and my mom's room had a wall that was about 10 centimeters thick between us, making it easy for a singular person to watch both of us. Anyway, one night at about 4 months after this watching started happening, my anxiety was growing. I felt the presence of someone in my hallway and quickly jolted my head up to see the outline of my late Nan staring at me. She didn't look happy, but she didn't look mad either. Nonetheless, I threw my head under my blanket and brought it back out almost immediately, and she was gone. Another 3 months went past, and I was home alone. I had a TV in my room, so I spent a lot of my time in there. I was playing The Last of Us when I hear a banging on my door. My room is right next from the door, around 1 meter away. As I was getting up to close my door, I hear the front door crack open, and I immediately go into my bed with an open door. Now, if you were to open my front door slightly, you would see my lounge room was full of things before you see my room. So I'm assuming he went into my lounge room. After about 5 minutes, I hadn't heard him take anything. He just seemed to be opening drawers and all that stuff for some reason. As I heard him begin to walk down the hallways, I obviously became very scared. All of a sudden, my door was slammed, but just as it got to when the door meets the wall, slowed down, closed the most quiet I've ever heard in my life. My door didn't have a lock, so I was scared, and he was just going to walk in and find me. But as he started banging on the door, he tried to turn the knob, but it wasn't opening. My neighbor had to go down our driveway to get to the house, and when he came home, the man left my door and out the front of the house. After all of this happened, I never felt that sensation of being watched ever again. The Man with No Face. Me and my family have been living in a small cottage built in 1902 for nearly all of my life. There's always been rumors of various ghosts in the local pub which date back to the late 1600s, such as a man who wears a trilby hat sat at the bar, a young Victorian girl with a long brown dress who wanders the pub, and a few Roman soldiers on horses that can be heard at early hours. There's never been any mention of anything around the cottages, though. However, we've always thought there was something in our house. When I was 8 or 9 years old, I shared a room with my younger sister, and I remember very vividly to this day being woken around 4 a.m. Thought it was my sister climbing down from the top bunk, but I saw a body of a man covered in blood and ripped clothes stood in front of me. As I was at the bottom bunk, I only saw from below his neck. And me being absolutely terrified, I hid underneath my covers nearly straight away, drifted back to sleep. Never saw anything like it since, nor had my sister ever seen anything like it, so over the years I kind of associated it with a vivid dream. Skip to a few years ago. My little brother was born, and by this time we had basically had a room switch. Now my parents and baby brother were in the room I used to have. My little brother had said a couple of times some weird stuff. When he was 2, he said there was a little boy that crawled on the roof. I think he meant the ceiling. He was talking about a man called Terry who lives in our house, and there's no record of anybody called Terry, nor do we know anybody at all by that name. Then he told me that sometimes at night there's a man with no face who likes to hold his hand at night. I asked him who it was. He just said it was the man with no face. I asked him if he wanted to hold his hand, and he said he didn't. I told him he didn't have to hold his hand, and he was happy with this, and replied, "I wonder if he was woken," which is weird language for a 3-year-old. Then he went back to his toys. The girl in the white dress. I have memories of waking up in my room with a young girl in a white dress standing beside my bed. I realized that this is likely somehow my mind fooling me or a dream, but it felt so real. She didn't usually say anything. She just stood there watching me until I built up the courage to reach past her to turn on the lamp. She was always gone when I turned on the lamp. I had a hard time sleeping after this happened, so I usually stayed up and just dealt with being tired at school the next day. Sometimes I wouldn't see her, but I felt like she was there. I would hear a female voice that I assumed was hers from the darkness of the hallway outside my bedroom. She would try to convince me to go outside, but I never did. Sometimes I would turn on the lamp and it would end, but the worst times was where the lamp wouldn't come on no matter how often I turned the switch. It's been about 30 years now. I have a hard time remembering all the details, but it was terrifying. My parents pretty much ignored anything I said about this sort of thing after I complained about my bed moving at night, so I stopped telling them about all of this. As an adult, I don't know if I could go back there and sleep in the dark. I've always told myself it was just a series of related bad dreams, but it's odd to me that almost all the creepy stuff that ever happened to me was in that house, and over half were in that room. Fortunately, now I live alone in my own house, and this kind of thing almost never happens, and the minor things I've experienced are very easily attributed to dreams or waking hallucinations. Either that the house was fucked up or something changed about me, but whatever it was, I'm grateful it's over. I want to talk to it, but is that safe? Without going into detail, I feel like my life shows me there's some kind of energy that affects things. To summarize, these are the things that come to mind. I generally reject this sort of thing as it doesn't really work in the real world, but F it. There is how the world is supposed to work, and there is how I really feel. 1. I was horrified of the dark for a couple of decades. This vanished immediately when I started trying to defend myself by focusing my energy on absorbing whatever was around me, claiming it as mine, filling my environment with it while focusing on my safety. 2. Things that shouldn't work out for me just did or do. As an example, when I was taking a class for a college credit in high school through some program or another, I ignored the paper that was counted as the midterm. The professor canceled it the day it was due, and I showed up with nothing. This sort of thing still happens in my professional career. 3. When my father was hit and gravely injured by a tractor-trailer, me and my brother were alone at home. I was in our bedroom watching an old cartoon called Bots Master. I don't recall what my older brother was doing. When the phone rang, I started feeling uneasy. I couldn't hear what my brother discussed when he answered the phone, but I thought something was wrong to the point of making up stupid excuses when he asked me to leave with him. When I found out my father was likely to die, which he didn't, I didn't think about the previous feelings I had, but in hindsight it is definitely odd. 4. People in my family have had similar experiences that others not involved remember happening. Or, let's try that again. People in my family have had similar experiences that others not involved. Okay, it is weird. As an example, when my grandfather died, my uncle called around to his siblings saying something was wrong with his dad about an hour before they had the official notification. 5. When I bought a home as an adult, I felt something was wrong there. Laying in my bedroom at night, I felt threatened and started to try to use my personal energy to defend myself. That seemed to fix the issue for about a decade, at which point some other stuff happened. I did something similar again. Everything is fine now outside of feeling that there's something watching me from outside. There's several things that felt real. I was able to write off as dreams that seemed to suggest some not-so-great things exist in the world. Since these are most likely dreams, I won't go into details here, but know that they are real to me, the people I speak to day to day. I reject them as not real because the world would be too scary to live in otherwise. As I mentioned earlier, when I focus on anything quote-unquote supernatural or supernormal, my life tends to get creepy. Less creepy is when I attempt to reinforce the energy based on protections. These are the ones that I imagine around my home. When I do that, I felt like there are things outside. Most are not watching, but one is. He doesn't feel hostile, but curious. Assuming any of it's real, I want to talk to this thing. Can I safely do so, and if so, how? That doesn't sound like a good idea. The Ghost Cat. For context, my mother's side of the family is very spiritual. They've been able to see ghosts and spirits at the very least. I've had many encounters with spirits from a very young age. I've seen shadow figures my whole life, heard dead family members' voices in public places, done personal seances, sleep paralysis, and have even had a dead family member visit me in my dreams. I can tell more stories if people are interested. We'll start light with the ghost cat. My mom and I are both very sensitive to spirits and energies. She had many experiences with the ghost cat before I ever did. One night I just couldn't sleep. One of those nights where you swear you're exhausted, but you just end up staring at the ceiling for hours. We have 2 cats and very creaky floors. So when my cats are walking up the stairs or in the hallway, I could hear exactly where they were. That's what happened this night. I heard one of my cats run up the stairs and turn the corner of the hallway toward my room. I had my bedroom door cracked so that way they could come and cuddle. After I heard the cat get close to my door, I called him. Psst, 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 psst. I saw my door get pushed open. I saw the shadow of my cat walk into the room. Even though it was dark, I could still, well, at least I thought that my cat looked darker than normal, and our cats are light orange, so they're still pretty visible in the dark. I reached my hand over the side of my bed to persuade him over. I could see him sniffing my backpack, then crossed the room toward my hand. He sniffed my hand, then arched his back for me to pet him. As soon as my hand should have touched him, and didn't, I started rubbing my eyes and blinking to make sure I wasn't too far away from him. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't see my cat anywhere in my room. I got very confused and looked toward my door to see if maybe he was walking out, only to see that my door was still only cracked. It had never actually been pushed open by my cat. It was still in the exact same position from when I closed it while going to bed. The next morning, I told my mom about this. She smiled at me and said, "Oh, you met the ghost cat." I was completely shocked and I asked, "You knew about this?" She then told me about how sometimes she'd feel one of the cats jump into her bed, only for neither of them to be there. She'd be woken up by meowing coming from the hallway, and her cats are extremely quiet. She's just here purring, and She comes up to the end of the bed, and again, our cats are very quiet, and she'll have similar experiences to me. A cat would walk into a room and then vanish. Just to confirm that her and I were experiencing the same thing, I asked her if the cat she saw looked like it was a darker gray, if I had to guess. She answered, "Yeah, like a gray tabby." I hated how calm she was about us. We were sharing the same experience. At the same time, both of us have seen spirits much worse than a ghost cat. Interesting experience. When I was a child back in the 80s, and around 5 or 6 years old, I had an interesting experience. We lived in a 2 small bedroom house on a dead-end street. It was 225 North Main, in the historical town of Collierville, Tennessee. The town played a small role during the Civil War. It just so happened that a Civil War hospital was positioned somewhere around the area where we lived. The exact location wasn't known, but historians knew it was close to the street that we lived on. It was so close you could actually go out in the yard and dig randomly and find Civil War artifacts and such. Vintage apothecary bottles or musket shot, uniform buttons. It was actually really neat. We often had people digging in our yard or our neighbors' yards by people using metal detectors. They found cannonballs and other Civil War pieces. That sounds fun. But back to my experience. So it's just my mother and I at home at this point during the day. My sister's at school and my father's at work. My mother's in the living room and I'm playing alone in my bedroom. I remember being on my hands and knees playing with like a Hot Wheels car. I recall pushing my little car along, coming to a black boot in front of me, like somebody's standing in front of me while I'm on my hands and knees. I looked up and I remember seeing a man in all black. Black boots, pants, black long overcoat, tall black top hat. It was as if it was a man in period clothing was standing in my room. Can't recall seeing any facial features, but I stood up and walked into the living room. I asked my mother who the man in my room playing with was. She quickly scooped me up and carried me outside and went to the neighbors to use their phone. So my mother calls my father at work and tells him to come home. Someone's in the house. My mother could see the house from the neighbors, so she could tell if anybody left or went into her home. My father worked less than 2 miles from home, so he arrived in no time. He went in the house and searched and found no one. Of course, they questioned me about the incident. All I could explain to them is exactly how I stated before. They asked if he was touching me, and I told them no. They asked was I scared of him, or if I was fearful, or at least fearful to go back in my room by myself. I told them no. The incident wasn't scary or frightening, and the man had given me a pretty friendly vibe. We had spoke about the experiences many times over the years. As a child, I wasn't prone to lying or making things up, and that's why it rattled my mother so much. She just grabbed me and took half out of the house. Don't blame her. I'm not really one to believe the supernatural, but this is one experience that I just can never really explain. I think something is attached to my family. So recently I was a babysitter for my aunt. She has 2 kids, one 6-month female and a 15-year-old male. We didn't grow up close with them, so I saw it as a nice opportunity to build that bond. So I took the job. I've been over to her house a couple of times and never felt or saw anything weird until one day when I was there babysitting. I was sitting on the couch holding the baby as she slept when out of the corner of my eye I saw the laundry room door shut. No one was around as the 15-year-old was beside me, brushing it off as maybe the AC or something like blew it shut, so I ignored it. But when my aunt got home, I told her about it and she told a story of her own. Now, I am interested in the paranormal, and I like to learn about it and watch people do their adventures with the paranormal, so I know a few things. Like how two mirrors facing each other is a vortex for spirits and other things to come through to this world. So, in my aunt's house, she has her entryway on the left, and it's a mirror facing the dining room. That's to the left of the front door. In her dining room, she has two mirrors that are aligned with one in the entryway. Before she brought the baby home, there was a picture between the two mirrors in the dining room. But as soon as the baby was brought home from the hospital, that picture didn't last on the wall. My aunt told me if it just kept flying off the wall and landing like a significant distance away from the nail it was supposed to be resting on. It flew off twice for her, and once her husband and her son too. This action resulted in them removing it from the wall and placing it into the guest bedroom at the end of the downstairs hallway. After telling me, well, I was a little bit spooked out from my previous laundry door shutting itself story, but I just ignored the feeling. Skip forward a couple of weeks, perhaps a month. I was once again in the living room holding the baby as I was talking to the 15-year-old. I had just got a snack from the pantry and forgot to close the door, but it really wasn't a big deal. At least so I thought. I heard some movement from the pantry. When I looked up, the baby's oatmeal formula was thrown out of the pantry and landed a few feet away. It was in front of the fridge now. Again, this startled me at first, but I took it as though something shifted in the pantry for me getting a snack, and maybe it just fell out. They were on different shelves entirely now. I think about that, but the formula was sitting in the middle of the shelf with nothing else close to it. So a few hours later that same day, I picked up the formula, closed the pantry. We had moved to the kitchen, and the baby was on her high chair. The 15-year-old beside her on a stool, and me on the other side of the island making food for us. There was this toy on the island counter that was a little crab. Had a little switch that you'd have to turn on before it would move. But my aunt had told me that it had been dead for about a month, and they couldn't get it to work anymore. As we were sitting there talking, me and the 15-year-old, the crab sitting in front of the baby turned itself on and crawled off the counter, basically throwing itself off, landing exactly where the baby formula had landed before. In that moment, I grabbed the baby from her seat and ran to go get the holy water. The family had it, and they poured it in the baby's head and everything else around me. This had seriously freaked me out. The rest of the day, nothing really happened, but I didn't feel comfortable in that house anymore. I told my aunt what had happened, and now I don't really think this house is okay, and she agreed. The next day, she got it anointed. Nothing happened for a while, until after about 3 days ago, when I was there again. The 15-year-old was upstairs, and the baby was down for a nap on the couch. I took the opportunity to catch up on some sleep, especially since I hadn't been sleeping well lately. For some reason, every time I step into their house, exhaustion hits me like a train. There's a security camera in their living room that covers the kitchen, the back door, the living room, and the entryway. So, as I was asleep, the camera caught the back door opening and closing a few times. My aunt told me about it when she got home. The door had been locked and shut all the way. So, with that feeling of what the hell, I told her I couldn't come back, and I haven't. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep earlier, and much better, even though it's only been a few days. My friends visited me to say goodbye. Maybe. In March last year, my longtime old friend committed suicide. He was living alone. His body was found one day after. On the evening of his death, I was resting. I live alone, too. So I was resting on my bed, and I was reading something, and all of a sudden I felt this electricity running down my body. The sensation wasn't painful, but very intense, and went like a wave through my whole body. It lasted about 10 seconds, like a wave of goosebumps, but 100 times stronger. I felt somebody's presence. Nothing you can point out, though. I wasn't scared, I was just curious. I am a healthy person, and I was wondering what it could be. Maybe it was something I ate. The sensation subsided, but I remember the intensity of it. The next day I learned that Dee killed himself the previous evening. In January, my other friend passed, and he had terminal cancer. We had talked quite often on Messenger. He lived in another country. We talked about his fear of death. He didn't believe in the other side. I learned about his death from his family. That was the next day when I came home from work. I felt that same sensation, an electric shock going through my body. In that moment, lights started flickering. Thought about my friend immediately. Made me feel content or happy for him. I called his name, the lights went flickering again. This time it lasted about 10 seconds, but I felt somebody's presence a little bit longer. Even like somebody had been holding my hand. I hope that I'm not crazy, but I can't forget that strong, strange feeling. Sorry for the grammar. English is my second language. You're doing better than a lot of others. The whole thing makes me feel a bit less afraid of my own death, but I'm not really sure. If it was just my own imagination, or maybe they'll really come to visit me. Oh, and I checked the outlet and the electric system's okay. No flickering so far. The little boy in my sister's house. Okay, so a little story time about my sister's creepy house. When I was 16, I used to go there to babysit her 3 kids. 2 boys and a girl. We're going to call them Ryan, the oldest, Braden, the youngest, and Brenna, the middle. Every time I would stay there, they would just have me sleep in the living room downstairs, and I would hear weird sounds coming from the other rooms. And so every time I would lay there in the dark, and on this couch before bed, my heart would be pounding out of my chest. There was also this unsettling feeling that somebody was watching me every time I would close my eyes. One of the first encounters I had was a night that me and my close friend Lainey agreed to babysit the kids. That was while my sister and her husband went out. The night was pretty normal up until my sister came home. She was intoxicated. She had the great idea of getting out the Ouija board for fun. Drunk Ouija board. I felt a little bit uneasy because I always felt something weird in that house. So the idea made me uncomfortable. But she always got her way, so we decided to play with it. What started out as a fun little game quickly turned into something more. We started out asking the board questions to see if anybody wanted to talk, and the board said yes, of course. After asking a ton of questions, we learned that the spirit was of a little boy who died in the house. It made me remember back to a previous story my sister told me about when she first moved into the house. It was of when one night her husband saw this little boy once, mistaking him for Ryan at the end of the bed. Her husband woke up to a little boy standing at the bottom of the bed and yelled, "Ryan, get to bed." My sister woke up and said, "Hon, he's laying right there beside me," meaning that Ryan was already in their bed, so the boy that they saw couldn't have been Ryan. So during the Ouija board session, I immediately thought of the story that she told me. The board was moving fast to answer the questions, and naturally, I just thought my sister was moving it. Maybe she was trying to scare me and my friend. I decided to do a little test. I asked the board to tell me how many fingers I was holding up behind my back, which was 2. And it guessed 2. We all laughed it off, thinking obviously it was just a lucky guess, right? Or perhaps my sister saw my fingers behind my back. So this time I put my fingers under the blanket. I held up 3 fingers and asked the board again. This time it said 3. At this point I was scared, told my sister I didn't want to play anymore. That was enough for me. She got mad at me, made a huge deal about it before stomping off to bed. From this day on, weird stuff started happening every time I was there. I would hear knocking at the door when I was babysitting alone, and when I would check the door, no one was there. During the summer, I practically lived there. So I started sleeping upstairs because sleeping downstairs by myself scared me too much. But it didn't stop when I started sleeping up there either. The one night the TV turned on, blaring the sound of static in the middle of the night out of nowhere. I got up, opened the door, and everyone was asleep. I went to lay back in bed and tried to sleep, and then I heard the door handle shaking. I thought for sure somebody was messing with me. Got up again quietly, opened the door real fast, and again no one was there. Panic set in. It took me forever to settle down my mind and fall asleep. Finally did. And when I woke up, I asked everyone in the house if they were trying to get into the room I was sleeping in the night before. Nobody had any idea what I was talking about. The next few nights, I again dealt with the shaking door handle and the TV turning on. I had had enough and decided I was going to stay at my mom's for the next few nights. I was just too freaked out. My sister called me a few days later saying that she was dealing with lights flickering and the sound of knocking on the door, and nobody being there when she would check it out. I told her that when I would babysit at her place, that's what I would always hear, that knocking. Now these things were happening to her. She started to investigate into the history of the house and found out that, in fact, there was a little boy who died in that house by the name of Georgie when he was 7. She even found a picture of the little boy behind the fridge one day when she was cleaning, which scared the crap out of her even more. She couldn't help but wonder, was all this activity Georgie? The next few weeks passed by. Not only did the activity not stop, but it intensified, and the negativity was filling the house. My sister and her husband were fighting more often. Within months, were headed for divorce. She said she just always felt like she was angry and in a bad mood, and her husband was always moody as well, complaining about everything. Things got so bad with their relationship in the next few months that he unalived himself, or suicide, down the road in his car. After this, the house felt even more gloomy and creepy as you can imagine. My sister was devastated. She ended up moving her and her kids out of the house to get away from the negativity and let a family friend move in. Again, they complained about weird occurrences and knocking on the door late at night. They didn't last long there before they couldn't do it anymore as well. After they finally moved out, a week later the house mysteriously burned to the ground. The police investigated, and the previous family who lived there was quickly cleared as suspects. That was because they actually moved out of state to live near another family member almost 3 hours away. Their alibis were all corroborated by their employers, family, neighbors, and school officials. To this day, we don't really know how that house caught on fire. It'll always be a mystery to us. Music box notes at night. Most nights for the past 2 weeks, I've been woken once a night at various times, but most frequently between 3:20 and 3:30 a.m. by 3 loud, tinny music box sounding noises. Gets my heart racing each time. I don't own a music box. I've turned off electronic devices. I've pulled out my bed and furniture looking for anything that could be making the sound. Can't find any answers. I had posted on my Facebook wall when it first started happening, and we all concluded it must be some kind of auditory hallucination happening when I was half asleep. But the other night I was having trouble sleeping, and I was wide awake for over an hour tapping away in the phone. I heard it loud while I was completely awake and alert. Just happened again tonight while I was awake too. I was trying to think why the 3 notes were familiar, and I think it's got to be the go-to-sleep notes from the Brahms lullaby, which is ironic. If it's a ghost, it has a sense of humor. The last 2 nights I've had smart recorder app switched on my phone, the kind that only records if it picks up noise. It didn't happen. I wasn't woken, at least nothing on the recording. Absolutely kicking myself for forgetting to turn the app on tonight. I'm gonna keep trying though. Not the first time weird things have happened in this cottage. Soon after moving in 1.5 years ago, the lights in my room would randomly switch on and off. At first I put it down to electrical fault, but it was odd that it only ever happened at night. Waking us up once we were asleep, daughter often sleeps in my bed, this was after a few weeks it just stopped on its own. Also had a few literal bumps in the night, like loud and sudden ones, which we initially reasoned was happening because of the cat knocking something over, but later realized the cat was outside, etc. My elderly neighbors convinced her place is haunted and has some wild stories that can't be explained unless she's either going to, senile, which I don't think so, she seems sharp as a tack from our conversations, or someone's been breaking in and playing tricks on her. She said the site where we live was originally a nunnery, then a convent school for the time, then a hospital before being converted to accommodation. I'm usually highly logical and skeptical of paranormal stuff, but starting to feel a bit freaked out and exhausted. Me too. Woke up to figure sitting under blanket. Touched figure and felt solid shoulder before blanket collapsed. For a good while, I was experiencing 3 music box notes playing every night, usually at 3:20ish, nothing nearby that could make an alarm sound of any kind. We also had weird stuff happening with electrics and a couple of things never really got round to posting here. Urgent knocks on the door or kitchen window, but no one outside, and I'd go look literally a moment later. We're last in a row of private locked-off little areas, so you have to walk some distance after knocking to disappear from view. It wasn't the neighbors. They weren't in. Also, one time I watched a wine glass go from sitting well into the counter with no liquid underneath, suddenly to see it flying across the room and smashing on the opposite side of the wall. Nothing unusual has happened here for at least 6 months or so now, until tonight. Once again, it happened at 3:20 a.m. My daughter was sleeping in my bed, and she wasn't really feeling well. I'd been asleep and dreaming about being in a run in Switzerland, of all bizarre things. Then I sensed someone sitting up on my side, slightly in front of me in my bed. I woke up and peered at the figure. The door was open with the hall light on, so I could see the blanket my daughter usually uses at roughly the same height and shape it would be if she were sitting up in bed with the blanket over her head. Thought it was odd that she was sitting there awake and covered fully in the blanket. I considered that perhaps she was half asleep. Maybe that's why she was sitting up, like semi-sleepwalking, but sleep-sitting. So I said, "You okay?" Reached out, I put a hand on what felt like a solid shoulder under a blanket, but then I heard her voice from lying down position to the side of the figure say, "Yeah, I'm okay, what's up?" Then I gasped, took my hand off the blanket, and at the same time it collapsed. I could swear I saw something like a dark, slinky blob shape, much smaller and lighter than a human figure, I felt. Almost liquid-like, noiselessly and lightly slide under the bed from under the blanket. The only potential logical explanation I have is perhaps it was the cat, but he'd have to have had been standing on its hind legs. No, the size and width of the shape was human, and I swear I felt a human shoulder. Plus, the cat sound would be, the cat was sound asleep on the stairs when I went to look immediately after. My daughter didn't feel anything next to her, on top of her, or go over in the bed. Only other logical explanation I have is that I was still dreaming and half asleep myself, so maybe I was experiencing some kind of sleeping hallucination. But it felt so incredibly real and seamlessly merged into the definite waking interaction with my daughter that I had a hard time convincing myself that that's what had happened. Weirdly, I'm not totally freaked out and feeling quite calm. Partially, I guess, because I don't really want to freak out my daughter. She fell back asleep now. I'm left mildly unnerved and confused, so I kept my bedside light on, and if I do get back to sleep, then I'll be keeping it on. Usually, if I can't sleep, I get up and do some work in my office. I don't want to leave my child alone up here, though. Creepy experiences in childhood home. say childhood home as it was the one that resonated the most. We lived in 3 different homes while I was growing up. This one from grade 6 to graduation. The house had 3 bedrooms on the upper floor and 2 finished bedrooms on the lower floor. To get to the lower bedrooms, you had to walk down a hallway to a 90-degree turn. That's where the first room was, and walk to the end of the hallway where there was another finished bedroom and an unfinished room that we used for storage. The hallway had dark brown, like fake wood paneling, the kind that had rough dark brown strips between the planks to make it look like wood planks. The lighting was very dark, and that part of the house felt dark and heavy all the time. I'm sure my mom avoided that part by asking us to get things out of the storage room for her, have us go down with her. It was creepy. I was the oldest of 3 kids, and was relegated to the first basement bedroom. It faced the back of the house and was brighter than the one at the end of the hallway, which faced out into the front. I hated being down there alone. I don't remember what year it was, early 90s, I think. Those dancing flowers came out. Dancing flowers. Well, they would move to sounds. I wanted one so bad, and my grandmother bought one for each of us kids. I was so excited. At first, I had no issues with it. It is suspected that I may be autistic with ADHD tendencies. In my youth, I never really wanted to play with my toys because I didn't want them to get damaged or parts lost. If I did play with them, it was sort of in a controlled situation where I knew that they would be okay. I would occasionally play with the flower, which required turning it on, and I always turned it off, as I knew it would be given new batteries once they died. Or rather, I would not be given. I know that's weird, but that was my family's dynamic. I know it was off, as I always kept my music on, so I could ensure that it was off. At some point, the toy started dancing in the middle of the night. The soft whirring noise would wake me up. The basement was so creepy, I was in the habit of just jumping up to turn on the light whenever I was scared, and it was no exception the first time it happened. I checked the toy, and it was indeed off. Took out the batteries, put it in a box, and went back to bed. I was just putting it up to an issue with the switch. The next day, I told my mom about it. She brushed it off and said that it was probably some noise, and I didn't hear it because I was asleep. The next time I took it out to play with, I left the batteries in and put it in my shelf. Same thing happened that evening, too. This time, I told myself I was being silly and there's nothing to worry about. Turned on my light, took out the batteries, went back to bed. Well, as soon as the lights went out, it started dancing again. Turned on the lights, and sure enough, the batteries were out. Chalked it up to residual charge being in the device and put it back in its box, to forget about for what seemed like years. At some point, I was going through the boxes and found it and thought of my grandmother. Put it on my shelf again as a decoration. That night, with having not had batteries for a very long time and still not having any, the thing started dancing again. At this point, I got rid of it. I was so sad because my grandmother had given it to me, but it scared me. After that, I had issues with sleep paralysis where I would hear friends who had been staying at her place recently and since left, talking down in the hall in the other bedroom. I tried to call out to them and say hello, but I couldn't. I was so glad when my family moved again at my graduation. I was just wondering what your thoughts were. If it matters, I lived in a fishing town in a strong First Nations community. With a strong First Nations. The town was an Anglo-sized version of the First Nations name for it. I always wondered if there may have been some First Nations spiritual significance to that area. The house was already there and built when we moved to the town, so we were unaware of anything like that. Can a paranormal entity write and send a letter? Need help? I hope not. This isn't a prank or something. I got a folded letter written to me a fortnight ago. It was just lying on my desk at home. I last cleaned the desk 3 months ago. The letter wasn't there at all. It was presumably written by one of my best friends, who is no more. My friend took his own life 2 years ago. I asked his sister, who confirmed the handwriting was her late father's, who died of old age 1 year ago. The letter was just a normal letter addressing me, asking me how I'm doing and whether I'd be able to visit him at his place during the Navratri festivals. It's an Indian festival. My friend also stated that he's doing fine. And on the flip side, I guess, I described the place of his stay as hot and humid. He also stated that he was working somewhere and his colleagues are very friendly, and that's it. Letter ended there. I don't know, but I get a strong feeling that urges me not to share the letter or his picture publicly. Interestingly, I didn't freak out reading the letter. Is this something normal? Have you witnessed or heard something like it before? Is my friend really trying to connect with me? More ghost stories. Story 1. Context. I was in my bedroom and I was getting ready to sit down and paint. I was putting on my shirt, and the way I was standing made me face my small window. I have 3 windows in my room, a small one in the corner of my room and 2 big ones by my bed. I'm facing the small window. As I pull down my shirt, I look up and I see a light shine across my window. It looked like something floated past. At first, I thought it was my neighbor because my room was kind of closest to their house. Then I realized that they have no house. They were building a new house from scratch, so there's no way that it was there. It wasn't the outside lights because the outside light doesn't reach my room at all. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't normal light. Story number 2. This happened yesterday. I was charging my laptop and my sister suddenly wanted to call me. I could only call her on my laptop since it had the apps I needed and I could see more of her face that way. I was charging my laptop in my parents' room because my mother was hogging my charging ports and I had no other place to charge it. My call with my sister was quite short, so when she wanted to say bye to everybody, my battery was still low. Fast forward, because I don't want to bore anyone. I was coming back into my parents' room. They have a walk-in closet next door to the bedroom door, so you have to pass the closet when you walk in the room. The door of the closet was open, and the light inside wasn't open. The only light coming in was the light from the walkway into their room, so very little light. When looking into the closet, the room is very dark, aside from the light coming in. So when I saw a shadow from the lighted part of the room retreating into the dark part of the room, I was obviously confused. I was walking back and forth to see if it was my shadow, but it wasn't. I was gaslighting myself that it was in my head, but the closet just has weird energy. Whispers in the Forest. So this story is from my teens. Nearly 10 years ago, I would have been 14 or close to it at the time. I must have been on school break, but I remember hanging out at a friend's place, Chris and another friend of ours named Sexton. Chris was considered wealthy, rich to me as a little 13 or 14-year-old. He had a big-ass quad bike that we would always take out exploring the bushland with. And this is going to be important later. So we ended up deciding to go swimming one afternoon. There's an old quarry that had filled up and was a popular swimming spot for local teens growing up. He lived not far out of town, but was considered rural living. Everybody lived small acreage around this area. Sort of country living, you could still say. The trek to get there was too far to walk, easily accessible on a quad though. It was early afternoon when we decided to go. This quad only meant to fit 2, but easily managed 3 teenage boys. I remember sitting one backside while Sexton sat on the other side and Chris rode. Fastest way there was through a pine forest, then down some back roads into dirt roads and so on. This story isn't about the quarry itself or the back roads, but the forest. This sinister, dark, almost Blair Witch type of forest. To give you a bit of backstory of this place, this pine forest was notorious for scary stories growing up. I remember my older brother telling me how him and his friend were on dirt bikes and had seen dead animals hanging from trees. Pigs and dogs, or something similar to a dog, he said. Another of Chris's older brother told me, one night he's taking his girlfriend through there in his dirt buggy. That's when he came across and swore by a group of hooded people in a circle, like cult ritual stuff. He immediately done a 180 and drove as fast as he could out of there. All tales to stew the mind at night to me at this point. That was until I experienced my own set of unexplained events. This particular day, we decided to go to the quarry for a swim. It's a day I experienced something supernatural. I remember vividly as we left the front gates onto the seemingly quiet country roads. Everything was good. We were young adolescent teens heading to the local swim spot and school break, after all. Approaching the forest, I grew more immature and I started to show off to Chris and Sexton. I was yelling out to the forest, "Come get us! We're..." What? Sorry, the second thing they said, I don't quite understand. "Where pair yous?" This was as we were rapidly approached. As you enter this forest, no matter the time of day, the shade from the ever-growing trees darken the surroundings around it. Being a popular hiking trail and track, there's many different paths you can easily get lost on, even for a local. As we went through the forest on a quad bike, I continued my cheeky remarks and mockery. That was while my friends were bursting in laughter and thrill. This wasn't anything unusual yet. We often were jokers, and we were usually sporty class clown kids. So this was common behavior to us at the time. We went swimming for what must have been many hours, jumping off the cliff and climbing back up. It got late, dark almost. We decided it was time to head home. The journey would take roughly 35 minutes each way on the quad. For whatever reason, Chris told me to ride the quad back and he wanted to chill on the way back. Me being a motorhead, I loved it. I wasn't shy of the throttle, and I was hammering it to get us back before dark. Subconsciously, we all didn't want to be in the forest after sun went down, that's for sure. As it goes, the sun set and we only just started the trek through the forest part. Chris mentioned at one point where the path that we were on had really overgrown to not slow down. I chuckled and I sped up. Just a few moments later, out of nowhere, and I mean nowhere, a massive chunk of the oversized mud-built tire had been taken out. Almost like a rip. Not a puncture, but a large rip. It was like one moment we were cruising along and the next we hear this, and feel, this thud, and it doesn't stop. The path had a very sharp turn coming up, and like I said, this particular part of the forest was heavily overgrown, to the point that you were in a tunnel of leaves and branches. I thought to let it roll to a stop, turned the sharp corner with my two friends still in the back. We turned and saw a man and woman waving us down. They were sitting on the ground, and as we got closer, I noticed a kid who looked maybe 10 or so. It was very odd, but we soon realized their mountain bikes and helmets to put the two and two together. The man had crashed and had badly sprained his ankle to the point he could barely put any weight on it. Chris immediately went to help, and we followed him. They explained how she wasn't familiar with the tracks and only her husband knew them. Chris offered to show her how to get out, and me and Sexton stayed to offer assistance. Being only 13 or 14 at the time, there wasn't much we could really actually do medically. Now, this span of what felt like a whole night of torture happens over 2 or 3 hours waiting for Chris to get back with the woman in her car. We spoke with the injured man and this young son for the start, but the discomfort he was in just made it difficult to actually converse. His son was overly concerned, as expected. Stayed by his dad very closely this whole time of waiting. As a few moments passed, the sound got, as they wrote, the sound got quite to my mind and started to wonder on the tales of this pined forest. The type of forest you drive past and see the pine trees in perfect rows, expecting to see someone standing there. I started to hear distant barking from afar. Living rural, this really wasn't unusual, so I genuinely didn't think anything of it. I started to hear talking from deep in the bush. My initial thought was, it's people on their property, not too far. All seemed fair at this point. I was in small talk with Sexton when all of a sudden I heard the same sound of people, only this time it was quieter, yet closer. I turned on the bright LED lights and repositioned the quad to face the direction of the bush, the part I heard the sound from. I told Sexton, but I didn't mention it to the man and kids for 2 reasons. One, they had no response, nor did it even look like they heard what I heard. And 2, me still thinking it's nothing, I didn't want to startle the already discomforted pair. Now, Sexton is a wuss. He was shaking the moment that we left there. A tree branch breaking would have been enough for him. A few more moments had passed and I heard the same thing. This time, one after another and so on. I turned and said to the man and child, "Did you hear that?" They both looked at me with confusion. I continued to tell the man I heard whispers from the bushes. All he could say was that it was probably a gathering on one of the nearby properties. I know what I heard, and by the look on Sexton's face, he did too. At this point, I'm on edge, sitting on the seat of this quad trying to distract my mind. Then again, whispers from a group of people, only this time behind me. I immediately turned quad on like 180 and I shone the bright lights in that direction. Sexton is trying to persuade me to leave, while I persuade him to wait a little bit longer for Chris to get back. Again, the son and father are completely oblivious to this. It continued on for a bit, me turning the quad around to face whatever direction we keep hearing the whispers coming from. It then settles. It's completely silent. I faintly eavesdrop on a conversation between the son and father. I can gather that, they're sort of in their own worlds. Shocked to this, I finally speak up and I tell them. I immediately felt embarrassed, but Sexton's raw look of fear confirmed what I was saying, and the injured man tried to reassure us that, or reassure him, I bet. Trying to reassure us that it was nothing. After 20 minutes of silence, me and Sexton began talking about the possibilities of the whispers, scaring each other endlessly without realizing, too. After I thought it was over, a still dead feel surrounded us. We heard the same whispers, only way louder and way clearer, all around us at the same time. It was coming from up high in the trees, deep in the bushes, everywhere all at once. So loud and clear, but not English nor anything I've ever heard. I deemed it as speaking in tongues, due to later self-research I did as an adult. It was so clear. It was like somebody was whispering to me. I looked at Sexton to see his jaw falling to his knees and his eyes staring at me wanting to cry but couldn't move. His first words were, "Bro, we gotta get the fuck out of here." My fight or flight was racing and my initial thought was run until I remembered Chris. I managed to compose myself and calm Sexton down. At this point, the injured man was in a lot of pain. He wasn't of any help, and nor was his young son. I told Sexton if Chris wasn't here in the next 5 minutes, we're going. I must have told him that every 5 minutes a few times. It worked, though. We'd seen car lights appearing, and at this point I didn't care who it was. Luckily, it was Chris and the lady. Chris had this big smile on his face like we were mating, or rather like we just made each other laugh. We didn't have a moment to explain what happened, as the man was everyone's priority, and getting him into the back seat wasn't a good, easy task for us. We got him in, and as Chris was waving them off, me and Sexton were nagging at his arm, telling him to listen. He finally looked at us angrily and confused before I told him that we need to go. He looked at Sexton and didn't hesitate twice, charging after the car and asking for a quick lift to the closest road. We got to the road and got reception to the phone of his older brother. We explained the story to him, and his mates came with the trailer to collect us on the quad as well. Boy, did we feel safe seeing all Chris's brothers and their mates rock up. So we loaded up the quad, and me and the boys jumped in the back of the overloading ute, and we made our way out of the forest. As we were leaving, I looked into the bushes, and I had seen a tall black figure. It was shaped like a man in the shadows, just standing there watching as we drove past. In shock, I didn't move or realize what I'd just seen. That was before looking at Sexton, who was already looking at me with that same look. I simply said, "You see that too?" It was as he nodded slowly with teary eyes. And the next day we spoke about it, except for Sexton. He still had that scared look and was in complete disbelief. It's been at least 8.5 years since it happened, and me and Sexton haven't spoke about it since. Till this day, it was unexplainable, and I've never been back there. What's a scary experience that you had when you were a kid? I was in 6th grade, and it was scouting season. That's where a school district will go to another school to play some activities. We would all sleep there, and it was all girls. Nighttime came, like maybe 8:33 p.m., I think. Me and some girls were outside the classroom. That's because it was hot inside and the electricity was cut off. I don't know why. Anyway, me and some other Girl Scouts went out and talked to the other Girl Scouts that were going to sleep in a tent. I think there was 3 tents. Tent 1 had 2 Girl Scouts, Tent 2 had 1 Girl Scout and a teacher, otherwise known as a person who was watching and supervising the Girl Scouts. Tent 3 originally had 5, but 2 of them wanted to sleep or quarter in the classroom instead. 10:00 p.m. Our supervisors told us to get inside and sleep. That's because we need to wake up early tomorrow. Well, we all couldn't sleep, so we were all laughing, trying our best not to be loud. One of the supervisors entered and scolded us a bit. That's because we're not sleeping in schedule. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. I woke up to some noise, and I thought it was time to get up. But when I woke up, it was still dark, and the noise was just the Girl Scout next to me. She was laughing at the other Girl Scout. That was because she's sleep-talking. I couldn't help but laugh as well. So there was 3 awake, not including the one who was sleep-talking, and it was me and the one next to me and the one next to the girl who was sleep-talking. She stopped sleep-talking, at least with me. The girl talked for maybe 5 minutes, and then there was a scream. She screamed for her mom, and not in a sexy way, in a more kind of a help some of the girls woke up scared kind of way. Me and the girl hugged each other, and we were both scared. The one who screamed was, well, let's call her Cuss. They were the one who screamed. We were all super scared, and then our supervisor entered and said, "Oh boy. I kam kahadak na kalasen la sikas." Or in English, don't be scared, because Cass was just frightened by something. After that, me and the others couldn't sleep, but the 3 people next to me slept like babies. A few months later, and there was another scream, and it was Cass again. This time, the girls from Tent 3 came in crying, and one of them said that someone came to Cass's tent. Apparently they knocked, but there's no footsteps nor shadow. We were all so scared, and we all couldn't sleep. 11:22. All of us, none of us could sleep. Cass was still in her tent, and honestly I'm proud that she was able to be in her tent. A few minutes later, we heard some weird humming sounds, like a creepy way. Then me and the girl next to me just held hands because we were both so scared. I didn't know when I fell asleep, but when I woke up it was 3 a.m. and everyone was getting ready for the activities on that day. That was while we all waited to use the bathroom. Some of us huddled and discussed what happened, and a girl next to me, who we're going to call Lisa. Lisa said that she sees something in the window, like a headless girl, or just a girl. That was the scariest experience of my elementary days. All my houses are haunted. Share your input, please. I used to live in an old house in Colorado when I was a baby. My parents and sister have told me stories of balls rolling across the floor randomly. Sounds of footsteps, boots specifically, in the basement. I used to cry and refuse to sleep upstairs. My dog was also too afraid to go upstairs and would sit at the end of the steps staring at nothing for hours. My dad also woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling and visible indent of somebody sat at the end of the bed. Then he heard it whistling. We then moved to Texas, and would have more unusual stuff happen, such as my toys going off or cabinets opening and closing, and my dad started having sleep paralysis. He's from Panama, and in his culture they believe sleep paralysis is demonic. So my mom covered the whole staircase in religious crosses. After that, my dad never had SP again. We then moved to our current house, which was Native American grounds back in the day. I was probably 11 or 12 when I was sent to my room because I got in trouble for something. My bed was against the wall and my door was halfway open. That's when it just randomly started shaking. More things have happened over the span of a couple years, such as seeing shadow figures in the hallway of my bedroom, seen by me, my mom, and my dad. Objects were moving, random unexplained lights, ringing in my ear a lot. The two that have stuck with me the most is once I was walking out of my hallway to leave for school. That's when I heard quiet feet pattering behind me. Thought it was my mom because she always sneaks up on me and scares me. But when I turned and saw nothing, I immediately called for her. She was in her office on the other side of the house. Another time I was in my kitchen when I saw a hand on the lower part of the walk, like something was peeking at me in the small hallway to the pantry. I also always hear my mom saying my name in my room when I wouldn't be able to hear her, and she wasn't even around. Once I was in the living room when I heard her voice saying, "Okay," and sort of a sigh behind me. She was on the other side of the house again. My mom has felt a hand on her shoulder when showering, and I've also once felt a touch on my shoulder when I laid on the side of the bed. That was in the pitch dark. I also wake up with unexplained bruises on my ankles. My boyfriend had an encounter at his new house. My boyfriend recently moved into a new house. It wasn't long before he started noticing weird stuff happening. Some decoy deer decorations outside seemed to be facing a different direction every day. Eventually, every time he closed his eyes, he saw these faces that looked like they were melting. He called me and asked what to do. He even considered going and seeing psych help, which I told him really wouldn't help. I will note that he wasn't asleep yet. All he did was lay down and close his eyes. The big tell for me was the way his cat was acting. So this cat is a rescue. He lived feral near my boyfriend's last house, and he would feed him and eventually gave him a home. Because of how he grew up, this cat wasn't really always the most loving unless you really get nipped when you pet him. As soon as these visions, for lack of a better word, started, the cat would not leave him alone in the house, stayed on his legs at all times. And when the vision actually occurred, he would wake from a dead sleep and just stare into space. So what I told him to do the next time it happened is to look the same direction his cat was and essentially say, "Leave me alone." More specifically, I told him to tell me he was the new owner and that he didn't mean any harm, and that they can move stuff around, whatever they want. Just please don't break anything, and please just let him sleep. They left him alone after that. My paranormal experience when I was a kid. I'm a 19-year-old female. When this experience happened, I was in my single digits. I believe it was 2013, so that would make me 8 years old. I had just woken up in the morning. Neither my mom or my sister were in the room. My dad was never in the picture. I don't believe my mother was dating anyone at the time, and even if she was, I was alone in the room. My sister and I had bunk beds. I always slept on the bottom, and I had been awake for a few minutes when I heard my name being whispered from the closet. The only thing I could say was, "Who's there?" I heard it whisper my name again, but this time it had gotten closer. It was at my bedpost. I'd gotten so scared I grabbed my large stuffed horse and hugged him. I'm not sure if he said anything more, but the voice whispered my name one more time. It was right in my face. I started to cry. I heard it say, "Shh." At that point, I jumped out of bed and ran out into the back deck, crying for my mom. I told her what happened, and she said it was just the wind. It most definitely was not. No amount of wind goes shh. Or doesn't say a person's name 3 times as clear as day either. I'd gotten back into the room with a little bit more courage. I said something like, "Hello," and of course there was no answer. Now I'm engaged and about to have a child of my own. I've told my fiancé about what happened. He doesn't believe in ghosts. I am religious, but I don't really know if ghosts are real or not. But I do believe in demons. But when I told my fiancé about it, he said I was probably still sleeping or half asleep. He's also said that it could have been my mom's ex laying on the top bunk or around the bed messing with me. That dude was like 400 pounds and ain't no way that bed was still standing. Nor would it hide him from my sight. I'm not really sure what it was that day. But that year, my uncle had died. My mother said that it was probably him. I don't know if it was, and why you'd scare me into tears. Please tell me what you think in the comments. This experience is burned into my head. That voice was so clear, it sounded like an invisible man was drifting through my room. My first time meeting the moving shadows. This story tells of my first encounter with the moving shadows. I was 5 years old, and you may think that there's no way you can remember at that young of an age. Well, I'm here to tell you that when something drastic happens to you or changes your life in a big way, this memory will always be seared into your memory. My mom and my biological father moved into a new house that they built. We used to live in a mobile home. My mom was able to get a job that paid better and was able to pay for the house to be built. Her father, my grandfather, also gave her some land that he had for her to build a house on. Our family was getting bigger because my mom was pregnant, my baby brother, so they needed more space and more rooms. My grandfather had started building a little subdivision. There was only 6 houses that were built in the subdivision. My mother told me that I'd be living there because, well, there'd be other kids in the development that I could play with. Little did we know that the experiences that all the kids faced on this piece of land changed all of our lives. I remember the first night moving in, having my own bedroom. I remember laying in this big bed with the window behind my head. My mom and my biological father were on the other side of the house in their rooms. I remember being very scared and thinking I was seeing shadows moving. At this time, I didn't know that the shadows were actually moving. The house was making a lot of strange noises. I asked my mom about them. My mom said that this is a new house and you're going to hear the house when it creaks and pops. We were now living more in the country, no longer near a city. So you're also going to hear animals outside, I was thinking. What about the animals that are on the inside? At my age, I thought that that would be the cause of the creaks, pops, and moving shadows. This was my only first encounter with the moving shadows, but there would be many more. Most of the supernatural occurrences happened during my youth, but I still have occurrences happen during my adult years. My little brother doesn't really want to talk about the incidents of our past, and I can't blame him. He has a beautiful wife, 2 beautiful kids. He doesn't want to drag them into the supernatural. My brother had to deal with issues related to things that we saw as children, had to get psychiatric help. He's better now with a good-paying job and loving family. I love my brother, and I'm retelling the stories here on Reddit so that he doesn't have to read them or relive them. So today I'm going to tell you about the shadows that move. The first place my family lived was a little house tucked on the edge of a small town. My mother was pregnant with my younger brother and knew that I was going to need a furry companion. That's when Chip came bounding into my life. He was my first pet. Chip and I did everything together. I've loved Superman since I was a little guy, and Superman was our favorite game. I'd tie a towel around my neck, fly around like I was Superman. Chip was my super dog. This house I lived in frightened me, so I would spend a lot of time outside. But when I did have to go inside, Chip made it tolerable. Until the night the shadows moved. Chip would sleep with me, and we would hang out all the time. Then one night when we were all getting ready for bed, Chip got upset. Wasn't acting like himself. He started growling outside my room. And he had done this before at other times, but always growling at my room. My mom had told me that I must be riling him up, and if I couldn't calm him down, he'd have to go outside. My mom heard him growling, and she was very concerned that he would hurt me while I was asleep. So she put him outside that night. I'd have to put up a bit more of a fuss if I knew he was going to be no longer allowed to come into the house. And that also meant that he would no longer be allowed to sleep in my bed and no longer my safety blanket. That's when I first saw the shadows move. It started with hearing a rustle at the edge of the room. When I would turn toward the sound, I would catch something moving from the corner of my eye. I knew it wasn't Chip because he was banished to the outside. I took the covers and pulled them up over my head, hoping and praying that I would fall asleep as fast as I could so I wouldn't see these shadows. Little did I know that this was not going to be the only night the shadows would move. One night a light came on in front of a window behind my head. I could see it through my covers that were over my head, and all of a sudden I felt hands pushing on my blanket. I remember pulling the blanket down and I said out loud, "Mom? Dad?" But no one was there. I was terrified and too scared to even scream out. In that same moment, every shadow started moving erratically to the point that I held the covers over my head hoping that I was just seeing something that wasn't real. Then I heard my door slam. When the door slammed, it woke my mom because the next thing my mom was coming into the room and asked me if I was okay. I tried to tell my mom what I saw, but she just hushes me saying, "You're just having a nightmare." Little did she know, nightmare was becoming my reality. After that night, I would see shadows sliding across the floor and dark blobs moving across the house. This was very frightening for a 4-year-old, and this became very obvious to my mom when she had to make me stay in the house. And if I went outside, I would not go back inside. My mom was getting worried about me, so she started making play dates for me with the other neighbor kids. What ended up happening was these shadows took the activity to the next level. I was grateful that my mom set these play dates, and I talked to the other kids about the shadows that were moving into my house. Found out that they were seeing these shadows and having things happening to them in their houses also. I think that was when the real nightmare happened. That's when my biological father started drinking heavily and becoming very violent. The horrible smell. One night, not long ago, I was sitting in bed alone drinking tea while reading something online. The story was engaging and the green tea was noticeably sweetened with honey. It was pleasant, just the way I always prepare it. Suddenly I started smelling something that at first seemed like rotten fish. I was confused. I hadn't eaten anything that close by to fish that day, nor did I have any food in my room. On top of that, it was around 1 a.m., so clearly no one was cooking. As I looked around for the source of the smell, it started to shift into something worse and more foul. Before getting up to investigate, I took one last sip of my tea. The amplified, disgusting flavor and smell suddenly hit my senses at the same time. My vision was dazed for a bit, my body processing what was happening. I gagged and spat the liquid back into the mug. The odor, the remains of the taste in my mouth were stomach-curling. Best way I can describe it would be something in decomposition or dying, or at least what I imagine that to smell like. Reminds me of fish sauce. I peered down at the mug reluctantly. The liquid had shifted completely from when I first made barely 10 minutes prior. What was once a light shade of green was now a foggy brown color with little bits of an unknown brown substance floating around in the mixture. Being that close to the mug made me want to vomit, but I wanted to understand what could have caused it. I moved the tea bag around with the spoon to see if something was wrong with it. It remained intact, unopened, and herbs inside seemed normal. Still the same way as when I first saw them. I couldn't understand what could possibly happened, especially since the shift was so sudden. There was nothing around to suggest that something had fallen into the tea. I got up violently and went to the bathroom to throw out that horrendous substance. Under the bright lights, as I watched it go down to the sink, the musty brown substance seemed to have gotten thicker, and the smell became more repulsive with each second. It was like something was mutating rapidly. Brushed my teeth viciously around 5 times, and I used all of my mouthwash. I can't seem to forget the way that liquid tasted. I had been drinking green tea at one moment, and then the next I was consuming something out of a nightmare. I can't possibly seem to figure out what happened. No logical explanation I can think of checks out. It almost seems like witchcraft or something paranormal. I kinda get you. Something mimicking my mom. Background knowledge. I've always grown up loving all things paranormal. My mom is spiritual and my dad was raised Catholic. They both believe in the paranormal and all that. So as kids, we learned to adopt this too. I consider myself spiritual as well, and I practice witchcraft. The story took place during the beginning of COVID-19. It was roughly 1 or 2 in the morning. I was FaceTiming my then partner, and that was while I was on call. And I felt myself getting thirsty. I got up, went to my kitchen. I was still on FaceTime with both headphones on. I went into the pantry, grabbed a can of soft drink, and then turned back around to head to my bedroom. As I was turning, I heard my name being called out. It was my name coming from my mom, but it was odd. It sounded raspy and strained. My mom smoked since she was maybe 13 or 16, I forget the exact number, and she's been asthmatic her whole life. Had pneumonia 3 times and a quarter crystallized lung. So when I first heard it, it didn't strike me as odd. I took one headphone off and I called out Mom. I wasn't really expecting a response, but I got one. It was my name again, the same raspy voice coming from my mom's room, but louder. I walked to her room, looked in and called out, "Are you okay?" She was dead asleep and I was a little bit freaked out. Went to my room, slightly panicking as I told my partner what had just occurred. They were confused. After I calmed down a little, I heard that my older brother was awake. He had one of his mates over. And yeah, I know, not smart during COVID. I walked in and told them while freaked out, I just heard a female voice calling out my name. My brother and his friend showed a face of worry, and my brother said something that made my anxiety grow. It's weird that you mentioned that. I heard what was like a raspy voice call my name out the other night. I hadn't mentioned to my brother that the voice was raspy. I then stayed up on FaceTime for the night. When I woke up the next day around 3 p.m., I told my mom about the encounter. My mom, confused, said, "Oh, I hadn't gotten much sleep last night. Slept maybe 30 minutes max. You said you walked in while I was asleep." I somehow managed to hear that and walked into my mom's room while she was dead asleep. Luckily, I cleanse the house regularly now. Never hunt at night. So one day, me and my good friend decided to go hunting at our usual time and place. It's a large area of land with lots of greenhouses scattered all over the place. We wait for it to get dark when we head out, and once we arrive at our usual spot, we load our guns and ready our knives, and in complete darkness we head down so we can get close to the end of the property, get a good view of any animals. But while we're heading there, I saw a 12-foot completely black shadow figure with no face. It was standing in the distance next to one of the greenhouses I decided not to say anything about. That was because I didn't want to scare my friend. We get to where we're heading, and we stand there for a good minute looking around to see if we can see any animals. We didn't see anything. Then everything went silent, and the only sound being the nearby highway and the wind, and it turns to me and says, "You see that?" I turn to face the direction he's facing, and I see the same figure I saw earlier just standing there doing nothing. We stare at it for a second, then it disappears. We suddenly became aware of echoing footsteps. They were encircling us like a ghostly dance in the darkness. As the disconcerting sounds intensified, a series of sharp clicking noises pierced the silence, reverberating so intensely that it seemed as though invisible fingers were audibly snapping right beside our ears. Feeling a chill of uneasiness creeping up our spines, we swiftly activated our flashlight, revealing its battery power at a decent 80%. Swiveling the beam frantically, we scanned the eerie surroundings, but found nothing to account for the disquieting sounds that plagued us. Yet the relentless clicks within our ears persisted, amplifying our anxiety. With a sense of urgency, we hastened our depart from the premises. Glancing down at the flashlight, our hearts sank as we observed its battery level plummet to a mere 45%. Determined to escape the unsettling environment, we quickened our pace. However, within a distressingly short span, the battery indicator dwindled to a measly 1% before ultimately succumbing to darkness. In the absence of light, we fumbled our way out, our senses heightened by fear. Abruptly, I felt a sharp pain in my left hand, and upon inspection, I discovered 3 searing burn marks etched across my knuckles. Seeking solace and security, we retreated to my dwelling and secured away our arsenals of weaponry. This was where our paths diverged, my companion departing for his own home. The following day, I reached out to him, recounting the inexplicable burn marks that marred my hand. The White Man in a German Remote Forest. Hey guys, I live in Germany. The incident I'm about to report happened a few years ago. I was driving in my car on a Wednesday night. I was alone. I was just visiting a friend of mine and returned home, and it was long into the night, around 4 o'clock. Since he lives in a remote area, I had to drive through a very remote region to get home. It was a rainy night, and I was driving at around 80 kilometers an hour with my high beams on. Nobody was with me, neither in the car or in the streets. Then I saw it in the middle of nowhere. In a dark, rainy forest, there was a white human-shaped figure standing beside the road. I was instantly, just looking for a wrecked car or really any kind of transportation. But there was none. I slowed down, headed into the middle of the street to have a more clearance between me and the person I saw. As I went in closer, I could see this is going to be spooky, because the white man was standing in plain rain, no motion, just standing there. Couldn't even figure out where he was watching at. He was entirely white and somehow glowed. There's no way to differentiate the clothes from the face. It was just a completely white human-like figure standing in the forest. I knew this route, and I was back at the exact spot afterwards. There's nothing that could be interpreted as a person at night, and I never saw that man again. In retrospect, I'm very angry about myself. I should have stopped. But I just didn't. Tell me your thoughts about this incident. You ever heard something like that? Is this a common paranormal sighting? Please explain to me how this happened. I woke up all cold and freezing today. Absolutely awful. I find I didn't have my socks on, so I think I must have moved my legs too much and searched for them in bed. Nothing. I give up and I go pick up another pair from the wardrobe and resign myself to have gotten sick. I go to the bathroom and I come back and I find them. Far from the bed, and possibly far by my usual, perfectly placed close and symmetrical, straight into the same verse, as if someone or myself placed it like that after standing before that specific spot. I accidentally left another pair of socks scattered like I usually do. It shows the appalling difference, turned up inside out, because yes, that's how I remove them. A little folded and stuff. Not as if I just picked them out of the drawer. I am sure as heck nobody could have entered my room and done that. And no, I don't sleepwalk. And also, my bed's perfectly intact and I'd woken up still all bundled up by the extra covers I use when I sleep. But if the feet get cold, I get sick. But how did that happen, please? High strangeness. Have you ever seen people who disappear? Text from K, January 2024. My sister sent this message to my wife. It was at the start of 2024. We were sitting on the sofa watching TV at the time when my wife turned to me and read out that message. Jokingly and rather insensitively, I messaged back, "You having a stroke?" Turned out that she wasn't, luckily, having a stroke, but she was scared and confused by a series of strange happenings that she had experienced, coupled with a persistent feeling of being watched. Before I go any further, let me give you some background on my sister. In this account, I'll refer to her as Kay. Kay is a 42-year-old mother of 2 young boys. She lives in a lovely house in the Cotswolds, and has worked primarily as a school teacher before having kids of her own. In essence, she is fairly well-rounded. She's not a paranormal enthusiast or a conspiracy theory nut by any stretch. But she had a story to tell, and believe it or not, this wasn't the first time either. Kay and I grew up in Daventry, a small market town located in the very center of England with a population of approximately 2,500 people. Back in the late 1990s, Daventry had what could be called a UFO flap. It lasted for several weeks. The flap amounted to regular reports of strange light in the sky that moved erratically. The local newspaper, the Daventry Express, reported on the phenomenon, stated that the sightings primarily occurred on Wednesday nights. That's something that's kind of stuck with me, like, why Wednesdays? When I grew up, the sky above Daventry was known as the stacking area. This meant that when the runway of London were full of pilots and airborne planes, they were told to do laps above the Daventry. That's until they were spaced to land. I forgot the word for that. This meant that the sky above Daventry was a busy place. The locals were used to seeing lights in the sky, but something about the Wednesday night lights were different. One evening, Kay and my mom, Kay. Let me restart that. One evening, Kay, my mom, and a school friend got into their family car. It was a 5-minute drive through suburbia to take a friend home. A straightforward drive through lit streets with no traffic. I didn't even go with them. I'm 5 years younger than Kay and was probably around 8 years, something like that, old at the time. 20 minutes, maybe half an hour later, Mom and Kay returned and said, "We saw a UFO." They'd seen that strange Wednesday night light and showed the paper we were all talking about. I've brought up this past event and this aspect, not Kay. I'm not really doing this to make out that Kay is the type of person who sees things, or, well, maybe I am. John Keel, paranormal legend, suggested that paranormal events are inextricably linked to UFO sightings. Some suggest that UFO sightings are often precursor events that spawn further incidents of high strangeness. Am I therefore suggesting that what Kay saw in the late 1990s left her open to other experiences? Maybe. After my initial "are you having a stroke" message, I got on the phone to Kay to find out more. Put the call on speaker mode and muted the TV so that me and my wife could listen and participate in the conversation. What was she talking about? What was even going on? I knew that Kay's husband was away in business in Australia at the time, and part of me was worried that being alone with 2 young kids had stressed her to the point of snapping. I was concerned, and the way she sounded did nothing to alleviate that. There was something robotic in her tone, a distance in her voice. Kay is normally a warm and lively person to chat with, someone who's quick to laugh. But that night, she was just different. She was scared. Kay told us that in November of 2023, she and a friend, I'm going to call Al, had gone to see some sort of a gig at Birmingham Resort's World Arena. Post-gig, the car park was jammed with fans straining to flee as fast as possible. The results being that everybody was all jammed up. Whilst the engine idled, Kay and Al started to talk ghosts, paranormal, and the strange. When asked now, Kay really can't recall why this particular subject matter arose. So, sitting in that post-gig traffic, Kay noticed something odd happening in the car directly in front. This teenage girl was thrashing her head about all over the place. I asked if the girl was just carrying on the party. She had came from a gig after all, but Kay said, "No, it was demonic, it was bizarre. I was watching this car in front of me thinking, what the hell's going on?" Kay said that while watching, she looked across to Elle, who was sitting next to her, and found that she too was watching the thrashing girl. We're both thinking, what the hell's going on? The car containing the thrashing girl moved on through the tumult of pushing and honking, leaving unease and confusion in its wake. But the strangeness in the air was not over yet. To the left of us, about 2 meters away, I noticed another car. This new car was facing the side of our car. We could see directly inside through the front window. So sat inside this new car was a man and a woman, probably husband and wife with 2 kids in the back. The woman was sat in the front passenger seat. Kay described that she had long dark hair, this dark hair being the dominant feature that she could recall. While glancing at this new car, the woman, the presumed wife and mother, morphed or changed into something else. Suddenly, this normal-looking mom or wife had no eyes. She had no eyes. They were gone. She wasn't talking. She wasn't moving. The expression on her face was like she was dead, really. Kay looked to Elle, found that her eyes were already on what was transpiring meters away. Together, they sat transfixed by this oddity that had unfurled before them. For 5 minutes, they watched, and for 5 minutes this woman appeared to be dead. Long dead. But apart from Kay and Elle, no one else seemed to notice this transformation. The husband didn't react or act like anything was different, nor did the kids. But how could this be when the woman had changed so drastically? After all, her eyes were gone, just being black holes. Then, quite suddenly, whatever had fell upon the stranger passed like fog lifting at dawn to reveal the woman that they had first laid their eyes upon. She was normal again. For 5 minutes, Kay and Elle had watched a normal long-haired woman transform into an eyeless, unmoving corpse. And then, boom, she's right back to being normal. Kay now stared slack-jawed as the restored woman began talking again to the family that hadn't seemed to notice her eyeless corpse for the last 5 minutes. Whatever had been was gone. When Kay told me this story, her tone didn't change. She was almost robotic, and she was scared. I asked questions that would nudge her to the more rational explanations. Like, was the thrashing girl off her head? Was the dead woman just sitting at a strange angle? Was she sleeping? Was the light in the car park hitting her face, causing strange shadows? Ultimately, you won't know. But the events in the car park had left her rattled, and this was now weeks later, and the uneasy feeling that had settled that night had not gone away. And now, she was sat in her country house with her kids in bed and her husband on the other side of the planet. Kay had, in quotes, started to feel really uneasy at home and at work, like being watched, anxious all the time. I asked Kay if she had noticed any kind of synchronicities that had occurred in her life around this time. She said that she hadn't. While writing this, I googled Nothing But Thieves Birmingham, name of the band whose gig they had been to check the date of the gig, and I noticed that the name of the album that they had been promoting that night was Dead Club City. Dead Club City? Are you kidding me? Around 2 weeks after the gig, Kay and another friend named, I'm going to call him S, they went to London for the weekend. We were walking around Covent Garden looking for somewhere to eat. Everywhere was full. The streets were packed. As they were walking and talking, Kay saw a man appear immediately in front of them. It came out of nowhere. I had to sort of pull up so I didn't walk into him. Okay, I thought, a man on a busy London street. He had his arms stretched out and he was just standing there, still, while everyone else was hurrying along. The man had a vacant expression, to the point where he looked weird. Bald head, bright jumper. As they rounded this man, Kay and Elle shared a confused look at each other, but S didn't seem to notice him. Seconds later, their group crossed the road, and whilst doing so, Kay glanced behind for another look at this bald, motionless man, but he was just gone. He'd vanished. It was a really long street, and you could see up and down it in both directions, but he'd completely gone. I suggested to Kay that maybe she just lost him in the crowd. It was a very busy street, after all. Kay was not sold on this simple explanation. He was really distinctive looking. Bald head, bright jumper, just appeared and disappeared in a matter of seconds. As Kay spoke, I was struck by the fact that both Kay and Elle saw this man, but S hadn't, or had simply paid no attention to him. I asked myself, would I? London's full of people, all shapes and sizes. So why had Kay and Elle paid attention? Had that night in the car park left them hypersensitive? Were they jumping at shadows, or were the shadows following them? Later that day, the trio were on an escalator in a London train station. That's when Elle's eyes were drawn toward a woman dressed in purple. They were traveling in the opposite escalator. As Elle was watching the world go by in the purple, as Elle was watching the world go by, the in purple just disappeared. Gone, but on this occasion only Elle saw. So what did this all mean? Were the colors that these disappearing people wore significant? Was the fact that they wore bright colors significant? Was the way that you spelled colors significant? Did they want to be seen, or did they want to see who could see them? And then there are the places themselves. Car park, street, train station, urban, busy, transient. After returning home from London, that sense of unease that Kay had felt got worse. She felt watched, and speaking to Elle only made things worse. Elle told her that strange things had started to happen in her home. The lights in her kid's room turned on and off by themselves. She noticed the tumbled dryer door being left open, and when she'd left it closed, her kids started talking about seeing monsters. One of Kay's reported having a nightmare, something which really hadn't been prone to before. Strangely, Elle told Kay that the events that occurred in her own home hadn't scared her, whereas the unease Kay felt bothered her greatly. Closing thoughts. When you first buy a car, you suddenly notice that the roads are full of exactly the same model. You hadn't noticed this before, but now you see them everywhere. They'd always been there, but your antenna wasn't focused on them till you bought your own. Had that threshing girl spun their dial, turned their radio to a new channel, a channel that had always been there? Whether these events were paranormal or not, I think it's fair to conclude that the tuning dial had been spun. Unexplained encounter. Has anybody had a similar experience? When I was around 16, I woke up one night to go to the bathroom. The bathroom door was across the hall from my bedroom, with the main bedroom at the end of the hall. I got out of bed, and I was only thinking of going to do my business, and then coming back to bed. When I stepped out into the hall, though, I was overcome with a sense of dread, like something was coming up behind me and fast. It wasn't the first time I had that feeling in the hall. I had experienced it many times over the years, sometimes daytime, sometimes night. There was never any reasoning as to why I would sometimes get that feeling. As soon as you step out into that hall into another room, the feeling would just go away. This night I just did the usual and hurried quickly into the bathroom and went to close the door behind me. It wouldn't close. Stopped about an inch from closing, like something was blocking it from moving further. My first thought was it was likely my dad. He must have been on the way to the bathroom too, coming from the main room. Explained why I thought somebody was behind me. They were now playing one of his jokes. I couldn't have been more wrong. I opened the door to see a dark, hooded shape with bright yellow eyes looking straight at me. The skin was dark and had a similar texture as the skin on a bird's foot. I went to slam the door, but it still wouldn't close. I tried opening it a small way and slamming it a few times before I noticed that there was something sticking to the near the latch. Looked like a scaly, misshapen finger with a long black nail. I tried slamming it a few more times until the finger finally withdrew. I quickly locked the door. That's when the whole door started to shake. Over the next 20 or 30 minutes, I heard it speaking in my mother's voice. At first, nicely asking for me to open the door, but quickly turning nasty, saying things my mother would never say. Even the way it gradually faded away sounded like it was going off into the distance didn't even make sense. Once the door stopped shaking, my mother's voice was gone. For about 5 minutes, I was just trying to calm myself down. I left the bathroom. The house felt calm. I looked in my parents' room and I saw that they were both asleep. Then I went back to my room and hoped for the best. Nothing else happened that night or anything even close ever again. I don't know if it was a dream. Didn't feel like it. Everything was as really was. Everything was as it really was. No strange little differences you'd expect in a dream. And also, while I had been in the bathroom, I had tried to move a big wooden cabinet full of shampoo bottles and other things my mom had stocked up on and was able to move. Even a little bit. Next day, I tried to move in again with the same result. I had never tried to move it before, and to this day I don't know what it was, but it's an experience I'll never forget. I am done with whatever's in my house. My house is well known for being haunted. There has been deaths, murderers, all this in my house. But tonight was the straw that broke the camel's back. My wife is frequently home alone because I work in the next town over, and my mother-in-law does home health. Tonight she was just scrolling on Facebook when her phone started to go crazy, randomly opening apps even after she closed everything out, and she said that a male voice was coming through her phone. It said hello multiple times. It echoed, but also sounded like it was right there. This is not the first time anything paranormal has happened in her house. But for this to keep happening when she's home by herself is quite frankly pissing me off. I've told whatever it is on multiple occasions that it's not welcome, nor is it allowed to attach to anybody in this house, including her animals. I wanted it to just leave us all alone and leave her house. We have crystals in the house that give great energy, and we've really helped the energy of the house and flow with that. But it seems like the paranormal activity is starting to ramp up again. Sort of beyond over it last night. You're watching TV and watched a white object fly past her window. That's when our window is too tall for any average person, especially in our area of old people to fly by the window, especially from that angle which comes straight from a wall toward the street a few months back. I woke up in the middle of the night and I saw a face hovering next to the TV that swooped down toward me. I stopped about 3 feet from me and vanished into thin air. We've heard footsteps, seeing a child with razor-sharp teeth in the back room twice. The same child as that, and a little bit of the history of how I started this post. The mayor of our town at one point was beat to death in the driveway. College student OD'd in what is her bedroom. Multiple family members have passed away in the house from natural causes. And a man and his wife had an argument because he was cheating and he got drunk. She stabbed him to death and he walked through the house leaving blood that was still in the house when my wife and her family moved in. Yikes. Bled out and died in the front porch in a folding chair. While none of these three, between the mayor, the college student, and the man who was stabbed by his wife, have ever been violent or even scary. So whatever this thing is that's continuing to mess with my wife, I want it gone and I don't know what to do. Can anybody tell me what this might be and how to possibly cleanse their house and banish it? I don't want my family to live in fear, and I don't want to worry every time I leave this house. That something's crazy may be going to happen. Any and all help is appreciated. We're going to need a big piece of sage for that one. Ghost of a lady in my first house. This story takes place in 2016. My parents had just bought our first house in Cold Springs, Nevada. It was a beautiful house. Grand spanking new. Never heard it worded quite like that. Only one prior owner, who was a religious nut, and stayed in our driveway for a week after we moved in. My dad had to pull his pistol out and tell him to leave the property and that we weren't going to pay for him to live in our front yard. Fair. But that's beside the point. Growing up, we'd always lived in an apartment. Not the worst apartment, but not the best because, Reno, Nevada. Sorta. In 2016, we had moved into this brand new house, planted grass, done a new sprinkler line, and so on and so forth. But when we were moving in, we had the charter people over installing our internet cables. We had a crawl space and an attic in the laundry room. The charter guy came down when we were still moving stuff in and stopped my dad, and he said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm not trying to alarm you or anything, but in the rafters upstairs there appears to be a pair of women's panties nailed to the rafters. They wrote raptors. We know what they mean. My dad stops dead in his tracks and goes, oh, here's another quote. "Excuse me." He then tasks me to put on a pair of gloves and go look, and which I do because at this time I'm like 16 or 17 years old, and when I get there, sure enough, on the rafters in the middle of the room, there's a pair of white woman's panties with a pink bow in the middle nailed to the rafters, and they appear to be used and very, very gross. Alrighty then. My dad hands me a hammer. I pull the panties down, putting them in a trash bag and throwing them in the trash. Not thinking anything of it after the police department says there's no sign of foul play. Cut to a couple months later. Things in the house, they start getting weird. Cabinets opening on their own. Sounded footsteps in the hall and the bathroom, and a weird groaning sound coming from the vent in the bathroom across from the bedroom. I try my best to ignore it, but I just can't shake it. One night I'm home alone playing my Xbox. Then I hear noises in the kitchen. Growing up in Reno leaves you a little bit paranoid that tweakers are going to break into your house or something. Yeah. So I grab my dad's gun from his bedroom and I start sweeping in the house. I don't find anything, so I put it back in its holster and start walking toward my bedroom. When I turned from the kitchen toward the hall leading to the bedrooms and see a woman in a dress, I jumped and screamed, "Holy shit!" She just seems to run toward the laundry room. So I pulled my gun again, ran toward the laundry room, but she had vanished. No doors opened. No way she could have climbed up into the attic. She was just gone. I put the gun back, put my headset to full volume, proceeded to play my Xbox like nothing happened. A couple days go past, and I see her multiple times throughout that week. Cut to a few months later, and I say, you know what, I'm done with this. She's standing at the end of the hall, staring at me from toward the kitchen. So I bulk up and I run at her. I expect her to do something, but instead she vanished into thin air. I tell the spirit to leave, and that's not welcome in my house. I spend the next couple of weeks choosing to ignore any potential activity just for the spirit to never show its face again. Every once in a while I would still hear groans and moans, but nothing more. The sounds in the bathroom completely stopped about a week after that. I never saw the spirit again. Moved out in 2020. Left the state of Nevada. Man, that experience. Left them both behind. But lately it's been sitting in the back of my head, so I thought you guys might like to hear the story if you stuck to the end. Well, thanks for reading. Hope you all enjoyed my interesting first home experience. I liked the part about the raptors. A ghost or something passing through. This happened back in December of 2020, and truthfully, I don't know what it was. In December of 2020, my husband and I had a pipe burst in the basement of our nearly 100-year-old home. My husband was working on getting water out of the basement, and he had to stay upstairs. We only had one pair of waterproof boots, like fishing waders. We had a very anxious dog. He'd been down there for a while. I knew he would eventually have to go into the hardware store, but while I was listening for him to leave, I was just reading while cuddling our dog. After an hour or so, I hear my husband calling my name. The sound of wet boots on the hardwood floor. So it sounded something like this. OP? Yeah? Followed by about 3 or 5 seconds of silence. OP, where are you? I'm in the bedroom, right where you left me. I hear his footsteps coming down the hallway and then stop in the front of her door. At this point, my very large dog got up and stood over me and growled in a way I'd never heard him do it before. His fur was on end and he stared intently at the door. OP, where are you? Before I could respond, the doorknob started to twist and twist and twist. The doorknob kept turning but never opened. The dog's going absolutely crazy, growling, and now has himself between me and the door. Just as I thought the door was going to open, the door barked. The dog barked, and the door stopped. There was no noise or retreat of voices. All was quiet. After about a minute, I got a text. It was my husband texting me and asking me if I needed anything while he was out. When I checked his location, he was over 35 minutes away at the hardware store. I freaked the F out and pushed the dresser in front of the door. Checked all of our exterior cameras, and no one came in or out other than my husband when he had left. I still don't know what it was. I've gotten mixed reviews on mimics or just a passing spirit. What do you think? And no, it's never happened again. I'll answer any questions you may have, though. An echo from the past. Almost 40 years ago, I was a pupil at a boarding public school, a private school for non-British readers. It's in the rural part of the UK. The boarders lived in a vast, rambling Victorian Gothic manor house near the main school. The story was that the family who originally built it had gone bankrupt a few years after it was constructed. It was sold to a lady who used a wheelchair. This being in the days before widespread electricity, particularly in such a rural location, she traveled between floors by means of a dumb waiter operated by a servant, who pulled or released the rope to allow her to go up or down, with the dumb waiter being accessed through a doorway in each floor. One day a careless servant apparently let go of the rope for some reason, and the dumb waiter with the lady in it fell from the top floor all the way to the cellars, which extended far below the house. Was tragically killed. Bear in mind that I was told the story shortly after I arrived at the school, before the main event of my tale occurred. I was also told that she haunted the house, though I was highly skeptical about that part. Opposite the dormitory, which I shared with several other boys, was a bricked-up doorway, like a door frame. Nothing else. I was told that this was the entrance to the dumb waiter and verified that the identical bricked-up doorways exist on floors above and below it, including the cellars. I sneaked down there late one night despite us being forbidden to enter it. Now my part of my story. About 11 o'clock one night, my roommates and I are in bed. Most were asleep, but I was not. The lights had been turned out by a staff a couple of hours before. We were forbidden to talk after this took place. All was dark and silent. As I lay there struggling to fall asleep, a very loud scream suddenly came from outside the door. I will swear until my dying day that it was an adult woman. A woman's scream sounds different from that of a girl or a man, and a scream of pure terror. It lasted a couple of seconds and then faded away. My roommates were awakened by it, and I could hear the doors of other dormitories further down the corridor and on the floor above opening as people flooded out of their rooms to find out what was going on. Within a couple of minutes, the housemaster and several other teachers had also arrived on the scene. They accused us of making the noise, issuing threats of severe punishment once the perpetrator was identified. That never happened, of course. I've never been able to explain it. But the scream came, and as far as I could tell, from the old entrance to the dumb waiter, which had been bricked up for over 100 years if the stories were true. It was also definitely from an adult woman, and there were none in the boarding house at the time of night. I know I didn't imagine it. About 50 people heard it. Was it an echo of that poor lady's last trip down the dumb waiter so many years ago? After nearly 4 decades, I've been unable to come up with any other explanation. Not a believer. A couple of weeks ago, my wife and I watched Smile 2. Great movie, by the way. I've always been gullible to horror movies. My nerves have always been jumpy. I'm spooked easily. but the feeling never lasts long. Needlessly to say, Smile 2 scared the crap out of me. After a week, I was able to rewatch it without a single scare, though, and after the second watch without my wife and I were laying down getting ready for bed when she asked if I believed in the paranormal. I don't. I do like the concept, though. I gave her my answer, and she asked if I had ever had a weird experience. I have, only 2, though. My first came while I was attending Job Corps, trade school. For about a year, I had no roommate. I slept fine, never been disturbed. One day, my buddy get the option to have him move in, and Bacon, what I'm calling my buddy, was a chill guy. Nice nickname. He loved horror. He knew that I spooked easily, so he never troubled me with any of his stories. One morning I noticed he looks as if he hasn't slept. I asked, and Bacon said that it was the heat. It made sense at the time. It was summer, and ACs were out due to overuse. About 2 days later, I have this chilling dream. You can kind of compare it to sleep paralysis. I never dream, especially night terrors. I had one as a kid, but I knew it was a dream. This felt so incredibly different. I didn't have a lock for my closet, basically a small room with a bunch of hangers, a door, and a hatch that needs to be locked with a combination lock, for the longest. I used a pencil to slide through the holes. Never had a problem. By the way, my room specifically has 3 closets. One for me, one for him, one huge one in the middle. Both his and the middle were locked through the middle didn't really have a lock, and I assumed it had been glued shut or something. In the dream, I was laying on my back with only my head out of the covers. And I never sleep like this. I sleep on my stomach with my arms tucked underneath me and my pillow under my head. On my head. All 3 closets were wide open. It felt as if something was watching me. I thought this was real life. I go to move, but as I move, my body gradually becomes heavy and has the feeling like when your arm falls asleep. I give up, but it's like the closets were just glaring at me. I felt this horrifying chill. I still do when I think about it. It made me want to get out of the room. I pushed through the heaviness and the dead arm feeling, but as I touch the handle, my body gets so unbearably heavy and the ringing in my ears goes haywire. I get the door opened, and it's like a pull, not a push, and I collapse into the hallway. Then I wake up, same position as the dream. I'm on my back, arms on my side, and I'm sweating a bit, and maybe it's the heat, but I convinced myself it was a nightmare. I sit up, and my heart just dropped so low I almost cried right there. Only my closet door was wide open. Pencil snapped into 2 on the ground near my bed. I closed it, put a pencil in, got ready to my trade, and I left. I asked my roomie if he opened my closet door this morning, and he said it was closed with a pencil this morning. Another time was actually recently, about 2 months ago before the first watch of Smile 2 maybe. My wife and I were having intimacy when I felt the urge to look over my shoulder. I've been in the military for a while, so I always have the urge to look behind me. My wife and I don't have a door for our room, it's just 2 curtains. We also own a duplex and currently renting out the other room to this little short Mexican lady. We also have the only washer and dryer in our room, which is important later. But we have a door that's unbearably loud when it's opened or closed. It separates us from the rest of the house and the spare room. I saw a head-shaped object poking through, and my first thought was the Mexican lady. But she's like 4'5", and this head was damn near touching the roof. 8 foot in total, floor to ceiling. I double take, watch as the shape quickly retreats. I grab my flashlight off the side of my bed and dash into the little hallway before the loud door. Nothing. I'm scared shitless. I might be overreacting, but I'm not too sure. I rarely see things like this, and I have no reason to be spooked prior to seeing it either. I'll also add that we just had a baby 2 months before this incident. Haven't told my wife and lied, saying I think the lady wanted to wash clothes and peeked in and saw us. I don't ever plan on telling her. And I'm also moving us out and just going to rent both rooms from now on. Even though I'm still getting chills from those experiences, I don't believe in the paranormal. Maybe I'm just a wimp with a lot of trauma. How you gonna move out of your place if you don't believe in the paranormal? And also, if you notice my voice sounding a little bit weird today, it's because I ate undercooked beans. I soaked them for 2 days, cooked them for 3 hours, and still it killed me. Three small encounters from my childhood. I just wanted to share some experiences I had when I was young. I've always been a skeptic, but these encounters I had growing up I can't really explain. Only logical explanation I had was a child's imagination. Anyway, my first encounter happened when I was 6 years old. Our house was burned down and only the lower floor had made it. The upper floor was demolished and covered with tarps. During this time, me and my parents and siblings had to share a king-size bed in our living room with buckets catching water off the tarp. You know, the water the tarp was letting through. It was one night in a rainstorm when we were all sleeping that I woke up with a jolt and sat straight up. At the foot of the bed, I saw what I would describe as a human-shaped white cloud. Stood there for 2 seconds, then floated down to the doorway and left. I didn't make a sound and hid under the blanket wide awake the whole night. My second encounter happened when I was 10. I was out in our stable doing the usual work, cleaning the stalls and filling them up with new shavings and hay. I were alone in the stable, and I think only my mom was home. Standing by her pile of shavings and shoveling it into my wheelbarrow, I heard a woman's voice saying, "What are you doing here?" Sounded like as if someone was standing right behind me. I swung around, didn't see anyone, and this terrified me so much that I dropped everything and ran out of the stable into my house. My mom had to go back with me to the stable because I was too afraid to go back alone. My third encounter happened when I was 14. We had a 12-year-old horse that we had to take when he was born. He had to be put down. A tumor had grown in his cheek and had taken over a large part of his jaw. We cremated him and had his ashes put into the soil of a rose bush in our yard. A couple of days after this, I was at our stable working, and I was alone and all the other horses were outside in their paddocks. I was sweeping the stable passage when I heard hooves walking inside the stable on the other side from the part I was in. Ran toward the noise since I thought a horse must have been breaking the fence and got loose. But it was empty. I ran out, and all the horses were where they're supposed to be. I remember walking back to the stable and just crying, thinking that it must have been him. I moved away a couple of years later, and I've never had any experience close to these before. Ghost stories from family members. My mom's story. When my mom was in college, she would stay at a dormitory. That year, she stayed there during the holidays with one of her best friends. The dormitory at that point would be mostly empty because people would be at home or visiting their families in their hometowns. The dormitory room she was in was directly facing an abandoned building. One night when she was studying in her desk, she heard someone crying. She thought it was her friend who was at the top of the bunk bed. My mom told her friend to stop joking around, so she went up to the bunk bed to look for her friend, and she was asleep. My mom immediately woke her up and asked if she hears the crying too. They both did. At one point it got louder and louder, and they were both so scared that they just shared the top bunk bed that night. A few days after that, my mom asked about the abandoned building while buying from a food vendor that sells in front of the dormitory. The food vendor mentioned that the building was caught in a fire in years prior. My mom's second experience. Short. My mom said that when she was a kid in her old rural home, she saw a little kid standing on a rock outside her window. The little kid was dressed in a hat, long sleeves, pants, and shoes, all silver, like his entire body and clothes were made of silver. She mentioned that it stood on a rock for a very long time doing nothing. It didn't even look at her direction. She said throughout the night she would check from time to time and it would still be there, not moving. At the final time she checked and it was gone. In my experience, my mom, my sister, my grandma, and I were visiting a family member in a different city in Asia. That branch of the family has a politician who was assassinated when he was at a gas station filling up his car. Well, that first night we were at the house, my little sister, who was around 5, had the worst nightmare. She was screaming in her sleep, saying, leave me alone, over and over. I was in shock at that point. She had never done that before. It woke up the entire household. My aunts mentioned to my mom that at that point about the assassination of that family member. My mom didn't know because it was on my dad's grandma's side of the family. My aunts just said it was probably just the name of the deceased family member and saying hello to my little sister, perhaps. They said that he was a kind man. The room we used while staying there was previously his. Who or what did I talk to? This memory recently resurfaced while I was in the shower for reasons I don't know. I already went through the thoughts of, I was young and it was probably this. But after further analysis, I don't have an explanation. When I was about 8 or 9, me and a decent group of family went to a giant park for somebody's birthday. There's a couple sections with regular type parks with jungle gyms and stuff. Water park section, a section where people were riding down hills with cardboard. So there was a lot going on and there was a lot of people around. My mama, auntie, and I think another adult was taking me and the other couple of kids, which were my cousins, around the whole thing, seeing what it was to see. We come up on this one ordinary-looking section with a wood chip box and a swing set and a castle jungle gym on the side of the trail, and swings, slides, and merry-go-rounds and stuff on the left. The adults go by a bench on the left of the trail and let us kids run around. Mind you, it's still other kids and adults everywhere. I decide to play at the castle jungle gym. I'm running around outside the thing, playing with the other kids. I then go inside, and 3 other kids that, weren't playing with everyone else. One kid just looked like a kid, but the 2 others looked fucking weird. They all turned around when I came up, and one normal kid, I don't remember much. He was just there, and he left soon, and I started talking to the other 2. The 2 kids were both pale enough for a kid to notice. Both had bright red lips and straight black hair. The boy had this crazy smile on his face, like a Cheshire cat type of a smile, that at first I thought was face paint. Getting closer to them, though, I could see that it was not face paint. It was so clearly not face paint that 8-year-old me deadass asked, "How are you doing that?" The boy stopped smiling, looked normal, and asked, "What do you mean?" Like I was the weird one. I said, "How are you making that face?" He goes, "Oh, this?" and smiles again. The little girl starts giggling like something's funny. And in my little kid mind, I'm not alarmed at all. I thought it was some cool trick like when kids would flip their eyelids inside out. So he's smiling and he does it right in front of me now. Cheshire cat smiling, lips and sides of his mouth curling like I'd never seen. But again, I was just a kid, so I was over here thinking that he just practiced the Grinch smile a lot or something. But he's smiling again, and by this point, a couple of kids came and went through this play place. It seemed the other kids were scared of them, but I just thought that they were really cool. So he's kind of crouching there smiling, and I'm like, "Yeah, that." The little girl starts laughing again, and the boy does too. I'm just sitting here trying to learn how to smile like that, so I started to get kind of irritated. I finally asked, "What's funny?" The boy tries to answer while he's laughing, but he can't stop laughing. So keep on, like, what is it? And he finally gets serious, like when you're laughing in class or something, and goes, "We're vampires." Then I start laughing, but they stop, and they're both looking at me with this crazy-ass smile, and I'm now thinking that they're thinking a couple of weirdos, but I'm still intrigued because of the smiles. So I'm like, seriously? The boy says something about not believing them and tells me to look at the girl's teeth. I do, and they look weird and sharper than normal kids. At least, his do too. By this point, things start getting fuzzy, almost like a dream. And even though I was starting to think that they were weird, I still felt drawn to them because they still seemed cool in a way. I started asking them things, but that's all I remember. I remember talking to them more, and by this point, their eyes were dark. They had dark circles around their eyes. Like them kids from the Goosebumps episodes. But I remember their eyes starting to look like a shark's with their pupils. But I remember thinking this was cool too. The rest of the conversation was probably a 5 or 10 minute blur of talking, I don't remember. Their faces looking inhuman, and another kid walking by us. Sometimes the girl or boy would try to include one of the other kids, but none of them stayed to talk. Finally, they were trying to get me to go somewhere with them. I only remember this because after I agreed to go, I heard my mama calling for me and kind of snapped me out of it. My mama did not play. I told them to hold on and I'd be right back. Slid down the slide that we had been in the jungle gym and ran to my mom. Apparently, they'd been looking for me. They already had my other cousin with them. Hadn't seen me the entire time. I told her I'd just been in the jungle gym talking to these kids the whole time. Turned around to show her, and they're standing in the jungle gym by the slide, waving with those smiles on their face. I asked my mom if I could go with them, and I remember her still looking at them with a serious face, and she just said, "No." Turned me around, and we enjoyed the rest of the time that we had at that park. I thought about them a couple more times throughout the day, hoping they would find me and I would find them, but neither happened. Again, I don't know what sparked me remembering this memory, but things that kind of made me brush this off was that 1, it was a fun-ass day and I was a kid, and 2, there was face painting going on that day. And me now as an adult can, confidently say that these kids had no face paint. Mini Jim Carrey's maybe, though. Has anyone encountered a hand? So basically it happened 2 times. I'll explain. About 3 months ago on my usual daily walk, I was walking that day in the evening. I was at a road in my village where new houses were being built. As I was walking, in front of me, a dark, solid black arm from below the elbow, including the palm and fingers, was running from my right to the left. Then it went under a metal sheet. It made a noise, so I knew I wasn't imagining things, then disappeared. Jump to a month ago. I was in my bed scrolling on Reddit before going to sleep. After a while, out of nowhere, I feel and see my blanket moving and rising by my leg. Then a fucking hand grabs my left leg, firmly holding it tight. I shook my leg strongly, instinctively, and as I moved my leg, I felt it kick in him, I felt it kick my hand. Or kick a hand. Now I know it's going to sound batshit insane, but I shook it off and continued scrolling. The only reason for my reaction was because I'm used to paranormal stuff happening to me. For example, not related to this story, I was at a friend's house and we were outside chilling, talking at 3:38 a.m., and I remember this vividly. I was on a couch facing the kitchen. I see a shadow figure, black but transparent. Like it was black, but you could see through it. Tell my friend to look and see what I'm seeing, basically, and he goes white. He's a complete skeptic. That moment was confirmation for me that I'm sensitive to these things. It wasn't my first rodeo, but that was the first time somebody else saw what I saw. haunted airfield growing up in rural Hertfordshire. I grew up in the UK near an old World War II airfield. As kids, my friends and I had a great time exploring the old building and air raid shelters. One day, we're on our bicycles and we're at the perimeter gate trying to decide whether to spend another day exploring the airfield and maybe chatting to the aircraft mechanics up on the far end who are working in the aircraft hangars, or maybe creating an adventure somewhere else. One of our group pointed up the perimeter track toward the old air raid shelter, come guardhouse, and said, "Look, there's a woman watching us. Perhaps she's in trouble. Maybe we should go see if we can help." So we jump on our bikes and sped as fast as we could to the old air raid shelter. It was only 100, maybe 150 meters, and we'd covered the distance in less than a minute. When we arrived at the air raid shelter, there was no sign of the woman. We searched around the area and could find no trace of her. Years passed. We turned from children to adults, went our separate ways. But occasionally we'd meet up for a few drinks or a social occasion, or invariably the conversation would come back to that particular day. You can imagine the startled look on my friends' faces when I tell them that I'd been doing some research on the history of the airfield, and I'd come across an article relating to an incident at that very air raid shelter, where a woman had killed her infant child before taking her own life. Had we as kids all those years ago seen the ghost of that woman? If that had been my own experience at that air raid shelter, perhaps I could have dismissed it as a trick of the light, or maybe indeed there was a woman out there walking down the perimeter track that day. But you see, I saw her again, maybe 7 or 8 years later. Wouldn't have been 15 or 16 at the time. My uncle had bought a house that faced the end of the runway. The house and the garden needed a lot of work, though. So during the summer holidays, I helped him and my aunt with jobs around the house and garden. One day, we worked well into the night before calling it a day. I jumped up on my bicycle to cycle home, and because it was late and I was tired, I decided to cycle through the park, which now had been built on part of the old airfield and joined up with the old perimeter track. This was the short way home, and would save me several minutes over the normal. It was a well-lit route along the main road, and it was a fantastically clear night with a bright moon. It was 11 o'clock. I picked up the perimeter track and headed toward the air raid shelter. I didn't want the vibe or atmosphere around that air raid shelter, and I always found it creepy. I picked up speed to pass it as fast as I could. I could see the gap in the trees where the air raid shelter was. The moon illuminating the clearing, you could quite clearly see the air raid shelter. I dare not look at the air raid shelter as I passed it, focused only on the track in front of me and the gate at the end of the track. I passed the air raid shelter and breathed a sigh of relief. But something made me look back, and stood in the middle of the perimeter track was the woman we'd seen several years earlier, her white summer dress almost glowing in the moonlight. I think I broke my all-time record for getting home that night. I see her in the corner of my eye. So my family moved in June last year into this new house. It's old, 500 years old. My family's had something happen to us, especially me. First off, my dad was renovating alone in the house. He wanted to get something from the car. He searched the whole house for his car key, and then he went outside because he thought the key was inside the car. It wasn't, so he went back inside only to find the key on the sideboard that he swears looked at it first. Didn't put it on that. So I always see things in the corner of my eye, or things standing at specific places, and everybody too sees them here. Then the second incident was a family friend of ours. She was calling herself a medium. And when she entered the house, she said that there were spirits here, but not bad ones. Next instant, my stepmom walks down the stairs and feels, cliché I know, a cold running down her spine. Then a voice saying her childhood nickname. Next day, my dad wakes up at 5 a.m. and walks into the garden to smoke. If it's still dark and sees two yellow eyes staring up at him. There's a black cat staring at him. He tried to make loud noises, but she didn't go away. After 5 minutes, she just walked off. I'm personally seeing a thing in this house. I don't have a name for her, but I just want to use a female pronoun for it. So she always smiles, big grin, wide-eyed, open smile at me. She has claws and about 2 meters tall. I think like she's waiting around the next corner, about to yank me into the dark where she comes from. I see her in my head chasing me up the stairs, and when I stand on top of the stairs, she pushes me. I sometimes wake up with a big scratch mark on my arm. It's really scary. Scariest ghost encounter I've ever had. I have a lot of scary and paranormal things happen to me. Usually because I've always lived in older houses growing up. However, while they were all scary, nothing beats this experience I had back when I was a child. This happened back when I was like 10. My family and I were in between houses. My great-grandfather told my parents that my family could live in his house. He was in a retirement home and was not going back to his house. I've been there a bunch growing up. There was never anything too bad, maybe just some weird noises from empty rooms, like knocking or things falling over. However, when we moved in, things got a little more scary. I don't know why, but we were only allowed to live in the first floor. We could use the basement. The second floor was off limits to us. And honestly, I never liked the second floor, but it really wasn't that bad. I only really started to hate it when the door that led to the stairs would open overnight. It was scary, and now that I'm older, it might have just been my parents being snoopy. But this isn't about the second floor. This is about the basement. I hated that basement. It was a mostly finished basement with doors that led to other rooms and only worked lights on the one above the stairs and the one in the main area of the basement. It was one of those hanging lights that was a single bulb and that you'd have to use a string to turn on. Whenever I'd go down there, usually whenever I was alone, it just felt off. It felt like something bad would happen or that something was watching me. Well, one day my mom asked me to go down to the basement to grab something from the deep freezer that we had down there. I walked down the stairs and everything's normal. That feeling is still there, but it wasn't worse than normal. Get to the deep freezer and I open it, and from behind me I hear someone fall from one of the side rooms. I panicked, but I kept on looking for what my mom was asking for. As soon as I found it, I shit you not, I heard footsteps behind me. I booked it to the stairs. Didn't even get close to the deep freezer. Run up the stairs, and as I'm running, I can hear something following me up the stairs, like really loud and booming footsteps. I get to the door of the basement, I try to open it, but it was stuck. So my little 10-year-old body slamming against the door, trying to get it out so the footsteps get louder. After about 10 seconds, I get to the door open, and I just slam it shut after I get through the door. I heard just one loud bang from the other side of the door, like somebody punched the door, like any child would. I go crying to my mom about what happened, and she told me, Dad, and just, he looked through every nook and cranny of that basement and found nothing. Like nothing was out of place. Nothing was left open. It was just as it was before my great-grandfather moved out. Safe to say, he never went in the basement alone again. Still have a slightly irrational fear of basements because of this. I need help. So I Need Help is in the title. I don't know whether I'm facing a mimic, a doppelganger, or a skinwalker. My partner, a 22-year-old male, grandmother, 74-year-old female, and I, a 21-year-old female, live in this little house in Australia. We're right behind a railway line, which used to be a river, and there's been multiple paranormal encounters that we've had, such as footsteps and voices in the backyard, visual sightings of my dead grandfather, a young girl in a long white dress, and a shadow man that's under the house but stays under my grandmother's room. My partner's seen shadow figures in our backyard, and they disappear in front of him. Constantly sets off her dog. Recently, in the past 2 or 4 months, my partner and I have been seeing and dealing with this one entity that copies mine and his voice. He's answered it back a few times by accident, but it will mostly copy my voice and call him when nobody else is home and I'm at work. I've seen giant claws coming across the fridge in the kitchen and getting scratches and cuts randomly on my body. I've seen it, but I haven't really heard it. A few weeks ago, I saw this entity looking like my partner come up the hallway into the bathroom and back to the kitchen. Then my actual partner started talking to me from the window while I'm looking at him in the kitchen. Just tonight, the same entity came into my room, stood at the side of my bed looking at me, then walked out. Usually when my partner comes into the room, he'll say something like, "Hey, my honey," or "Hey, my baby." But this was just unsettling because he didn't say anything. Then the figure just walked out. About 30 seconds later, my partner came out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. If anybody knows what we're dealing with, please let me know, as we're getting really uneasy with it. We think the Shadow Man is connected to a piece of the old Sydney prison that my grandmother has. Talking with spirits and I don't understand it. Help. It started a few weeks ago. I was talking with my boyfriend about some emotional stuff I was thinking about, and suddenly the lamp in my room flickered hard. I jokingly said if there's anybody here who wants to speak to us, make the lamp flicker again. And it did, and it kept flickering. They would answer my questions before I even got done saying them, to the point that I stopped speaking and just thought them. The spirit seemed desperate. I asked if they were in any kind of dead relative I could think of. Every single one was a no. I was sure to answer questions multiple times to ensure I wasn't just my lamp. I also based my questions on how I felt, trying to intuitively understand what they wanted. The person just seemed so desperate and childlike. Got to a point where it seemed like they weren't understanding my questions, so I stopped and decided to just talk to them. All of this was happening just through my thoughts. Eventually, me and my partner started listening to an audiobook. Then we kept talking with this person. The light flickered hard when the book started talking about mothers. I asked if they missed their mother, and they said yes. I sat with that before a random name popped into my head. It was my aunt's name. I asked if it was her, and the light flickered harder than it ever had been before. Then it stopped for the rest of the night. My aunt passed away 3 months ago. She was severely mentally handicapped. I was the only person who treated her kindly. I think she just wanted to be seen. Then last night, talking to my partner about her, crying over the fact that I couldn't do more for her, and the light started all over again. This time she didn't stay for long at all. Just a quick reminder that my dues are being paid and gone. But then I felt another presence. I kept thinking questions, but they were all no's. I eventually asked if it was my partner they wanted to talk to. An immediate yes flickered across the lamp, and then my boyfriend talked to this person. It seemed harder for my boyfriend, though. I started to feel kind of heavy and out of it, and swear on my life that they were not my own. It started flowing through my head, these thoughts. It was intense, like a cat trying to escape a bath. Those words wouldn't stop banging around in my head till I said them. It was about my partner, of course. I said things I couldn't have known about him. I didn't know this person existed until last night. Eventually, the message got across and ended with a firm, "Don't forget me." My boyfriend smells that person sometimes. They told me they watched over him. After that, I had a horrible headache and my stomach was in knots, but I still didn't feel like it was over. Another spirit had come to talk to my boyfriend. His grandmother he had never met. Both people that talked to him had similar sentiments about an issue that was going on in his family. But his grandmother was much more talkative, and the same thing happened again where they seemingly talked through me. She wants us to have a ton of babies, and she doesn't speak English, though. I don't really know if there were words that she could articulate right with me. Words that didn't have a good enough meaning in English. I could sense her frustration. After that, my head only hurt worse. But then, almost instantly, all of my physical symptoms disappeared and the light stopped flickering. I just felt exhausted. I know that was a lot, but I can't seem to make myself believe that happened. I'm looking for some excuse that wasn't real, but how egotistical to think I'd be a psychic. But I can't explain how I felt or what happened otherwise. I mean, I've always believed in spirits, but this feels too insane. Does anybody have any thoughts on this, or any way for me to make sense of it all? Something's not working right at my work. A little background. I work at a gas station and grocery store. The same company, different buildings. It's in a town in West Texas. I've been with the company for quite some time now, but I've been working in the gas station for a little over a year now. When I first started, all was copacetic. I rarely closed, and we closed at 11, which was nice. But to get more hours, I decided to start closing. My first closing shift, my manager put me to work in the cooler. Think like a big walk-in cooler with shelves on the side, and back stock, and the back of the soda shelves on the other side leading to the main store. I had heard many ghost stories from previous employees and my current coworkers that closed regularly, but I was sure that they were just tired or letting their minds wander because this job isn't that exciting, besides the occasional crackhead or Karen. While I was in the cooler, I had an AirPod in and I was listening to music. I was convinced either my music was glitching or that I was hearing someone else in the cooler with me. I wasn't hearing voices, I was hearing presence, like body noises and sniffling and occasional deep breaths, scratching and feet sliding. When I would go to investigate, there was nothing. These strange noises kept up for weeks while I began to close more regularly. At my store, the lights have a timer to save on power. So about over 15 minutes, I'd have to open the cooler door and push the button again. I'd become very familiar with the layout of the cooler, having walked through it many times with the only glow of the outside lights peering through the shelves. This night in particular, it seemed to be darker when the lights just shut off. It seemed to be darker when the lights too shut off. No, still don't get it. Almost like the air was thick and suppressing the light. After about the third pass through the cooler to push the light button, I hit what I thought was the corner of the last shelf before the cooler turned. But I swear I was nowhere close to that part of the cooler. What I hit was almost soft, like when you put two magnets too close and they begin to repel each other. It wasn't abrupt, but a simple push from some unseen force. After my encounter with the corner, I immediately got cold, and sure, the cooler was obviously cold, but this was cold that you can only achieve by wearing nothing but boxers outside during the winter hours. I swear my core froze solid. It became hard to breathe, and I almost felt starving, like I haven't eaten in months. But as fast as this feeling overcame me, it passed. Days later, I'm doing an opening shift on Sunday. In the South, many stores are closed on Sundays because of church, and few that are open have little to no customers because of the, reasons stated. It's about 5 a.m. and I'm brewing the teas for the day, and my GM is sitting in the office doing her morning paperwork. General manager. Adjusting gas prices and all that. She pops out to tell me she has to run to the main grocery store to grab some things for shelves. This part of opening always scared me because I saw those robbing videos on Twitter, or X. I can't lock the door with only one staff member inside, so I just continued on finishing the opening tasks. Pitch black outside and almost darker past the shelves in the cooler. While the last tea's brewing, I have a quick memory of the last guy I had served the night before. I clopened, and yes, it sucked. We had gotten 4 Budweiser tall boys. Went to push up the rest of the beer behind them in preparation for the Sunday football rush around noon, and as I reached my hand to the back of the column, I felt a cold, soft, almost childlike hand rest on top of mine. I immediately pulled on my freezing hand, or pulled it out, dragging about maybe 12 beers with it, and ran to the front door to wait for my manager. Surely it was just my brain. I mean, I was tired, but I swear I could see a shadow or an aura or something through the small crack illuminated by the little light that was there in the store. When my manager arrived, I just tried to hold it together until we got to the office. While I was tearing up, telling her everything, brown liquid started to leak under the door. The office is adjacent to the inset counter that had the standing teapot. Opened the door and the teapot was still dispensing boiling water even though the tea urn was completely full. The filter had held the teas on the floor, and the mystery brown liquid we now know as tea had made its way all over the store. We reviewed the cameras and couldn't find anything. I'll have more stories and more stories from coworkers I'll happily include if y'all want. Just wanted to share my paranormal experience. The mysterious wind. I'm still wondering what happened to me that night. I don't know what I felt, but it's been 8 or 9 years since that situation, and I still remember it quite well. I live in Bangkok, Thailand. When I was 12 or 13, I had my own bedroom. My parents and brother sleep in separate rooms. We live at the far end of the village near a canal and quite near a mosque. My family are Buddhist, though. One night I locked my doors and prepared for bed. Keep in mind I wear blindfolds, but I also put the nightlight on back then so I could feel safe. I still sleep with nightlights on and I think it feels cozy. I tried going to sleep. I put on the blindfolds and just tried to sleep, but a few minutes later I felt like someone or something was blowing air onto the side of my forehead. It's like the action of blowing cold wind to hot food. The thing is it's quite late, later than 10 p.m. Family members slept early. I locked my doors and I was alone in that room. It lasted for around 12 seconds and then there's nothing more. I was confused, but I just remained still until I slept that night. I'm 21 now and I still wonder what happened that night. I could come up with a few paranormal explanations, but I'm really not sure if I can explain this scientifically. Pao Quan. I'd like to think that it's my ancestor doing the Pao Quan, which is a traditional, like blowing air into a younger person's head as a way to hand wisdom to the younger ones. The one who does the air blowing is usually someone much older than the younger person. I remember this tradition quite well since my grandma, my aunts, and my mom do it, although I can't find information about the Pao Quan thing online really at all. Maybe it's not widely recognized tradition, or it's not called Pao Quan, but I don't know. My mom knows about the tradition I'm talking about, so I don't think I'm alone on this thought. 2 river spirits or tree spirits. As I mentioned previously, I live near a canal, and we do believe that there are spirits near bodies of water, but it could have something to do with these tree spirits, as my house had a big garden with tall trees. 3 is Jinn. As I mentioned previously, I live near a mosque, but that's the only explanation I could come up with. I got chased by something in the woods at night. Indigenous ghost and black figure. I need answers. Beforehand, I want to be very clear. I'm usually skeptical about most paranormal stuff. I enjoy all things horror, but could never have imagined such things happening to me or close to me. I've known people who've had some paranormal incidents, but always kept a more logical stance on those things. Also, English is not my main language, so I'm sorry if there's any errors ahead. New Year's Eve, Brazilian southern region. Me, a 27-year-old female, my sister 19, my mom 48, and dad 52. We were enjoying our summer vacation and decided to go hiking in some local trails. We're visiting a neighboring state in which there's tons of hills and forests. This state is very well known for having strong archaeological and historical background in early Paleolithic local indigenous tribes and the colonization period as well. Your English seems fine. This is very important for context. Even before heading out, I was oddly nervous. I suffer from acrophobia since childhood, and only agreed in joining my family in hiking if there's no visible height or fall on the trail. They confirmed there wasn't any height visible, and the hill in question is very steep in height, maybe 500 meters in height and some 5 kilometers of trail. My parents are capable trail runners. My mom's a nurse, my father's a former military police. Overall, a diverse and safe hiking group, I'd say. Yeah. After arriving at the spot at about 4 p.m., we were hiking happily, engaging in conversation and enjoying the sights. But as we progressed, my health was declining dramatically. I started to get dizzy and nauseous and very sore overall. My parents being concerned, but very proud, and mostly my dad's ego is responsible here, decided to keep going uphill. I think I'd get better with time, perhaps. Things started to get weird about halfway through the path. I was nearly fainting and my younger sister was leading, with my dad beside her and my mom I stayed behind, since she was monitoring my health when she stared behind me with wide eyes and whispered, "Oh my God," a couple of times and pushed me to keep going. As we did so, she was muttering to herself some nonsense like we were protected so everything's going to be fine. And for me to just keep going fast and to stop being so afraid, I decided not to press her on the subject since I was feeling terrible. My mom, being a night shift nurse for nearly 20 years, had lived through some pretty scary shit herself. To add to the creepy vibe, the whole time we were hiking there were some odd noises coming from the nearby bushes and some beeping noises. We passed by a cute possum, but that's the only animal big enough we saw besides the insects, really. We don't really have big fauna in this region. When we finally reached the peak, it was about 5 p.m., almost 6. So after taking some time to catch our breath, my dad pressed us to get down because it would be way worse to hike down such a steep path in the dark. That's where things started to get worse. I get shivers all over and watery-eyed just writing this. It took about 2 hours to go up and down, some 40 minutes to hike down. Being the easy part, but we progressed and my younger sister and dad started to argue about dumb stuff like her step choices and pace. My mom started to press me aggressively to go faster. All of this while it was getting dark. Rain started to fall lightly through the leaves and there's a commotion and whistling noises coming from everywhere. My father attributing this to local birds and telling us to stop shitting ourselves and to keep going. Then, I guess, due to the late hour and the downpour, we started to use our cell phones as flashlights. The arguments worsened. Gladly, some fireflies, which are quite rare around here, gladly they appeared, and weirdly enough landed on us and started to guide everyone forward, until we landed on the last part before a bridge that connected to a road back to a nearby highway, and our way back to the house. I was feeling so fragile that upon seeing a firefly for the first time, I started crying. Judge me all you want. But upon reaching the last portion of the trail, my mom stopped dead in her tracks, and I saw it. A figure in the middle of the trail, black and, crouched. Looked like a silhouette of a man, scrawny and without any features. Even in the dark, we could see everything, our faces, the trees, and the ground, and that thing was pitch black. Not wanting to scare anyone, we pretended not to see anything and pleaded my father lead the way with his flashlight. When he pointed at the spot, the thing disappeared into thin air, and we just inconspicuously sprinted back to civilization. Only when we got back on the highway, I asked my mom about what she saw in those woods. She told me then that, she said, oh my God, back then she saw an indigenous man wearing a mask, but he was pale and very thin, and the mask didn't look like anything of the local tribes. The mask supposedly had, banana leaves and straw and main materials. The man started approaching us in the moment my mom pushed us forward in the trail. She heard inaudible whispers mixed with weird noises in the woods. Other weird stuff happened, like my sister's clapping and hearing clapping back at her, and this giant black moth flying into my face and then disappearing. That's about it. I just wanted to know what were those things and if I need to worry about seeing some things like that again. Your English is fine. I'm just tripping over myself because I'm tired. Camp Turk, upstate New York. To preface all of this, I was a counselor at this camp for 3 consecutive summers. And prior to this, I can only recall one previous paranormal experience back at a boarding school in the UK before working here. I won't regurgitate the history of this camp, but check out the post about Camp Turk on the sub. I too had my doubts about working at this particular camp when I was initially hired. I couldn't find much information about it online apart from it being owned by the Masonic Temple and looking somewhat dated. My first paranormal experience happened on my very first night. I was in the topping cabin and remember drifting in and out of sleep as it was hard to get comfortable being in a new bed and new environment. Around 2 a.m. I remember hearing footsteps walking down the hallway and stopping every couple of meters. Figured it was maybe somebody checking in each room to see if everyone was in bed. And those of you who know topping know that the bedrooms don't have doors. So I sat up in bed waiting for my turn to see who would stop by my room. Never saw anyone. Footsteps continued for a minute or so, and although it freaked me out a little, I just chalked it off as not being a big deal and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I asked around the cabin to try and find out who or why someone was up that late walking around, and that's when someone who had attended the camp for around 8 years as both a camper and counselor joked and said, "Sounds like you heard Rudy," which is the person said to haunt that cabin. And eerily, one of the other Redditors' posts sounds very similar to mine. I think I remember that one. A few weeks later, I had another experience during the first session of boys' camp. I was a counselor in Beck Beta, which occupied the upper part of the Beck cabin closest to the rec room. Came back from my night off and sat on my bed in the counselor's bedroom for a little while, continuing some work on my laptop. 30 minutes of silence passes, and that's when all of a sudden I hear someone running down the hallway. And as I got into the bedroom door, it flung open. Then running immediately stopped, and I jumped off my bed thinking it was one of the kids. I had to find out no one was there. This woke my other 2 counselors up, and I explained that I just saw them, so we proceeded to look around the cabin. Came quickly, like apparent that nobody could have done this, and then evaded us. One thing I also remember about this is that you just can't simply push the bedroom door open. But if you have to physically rotate the door handle like 180 degrees, so for this to happen that quickly mid-sprint would have been crazy. By this point, I'm starting to hear about other people's experiences around the camp. That's from years gone by. And although some of them are far-fetched, I started to believe them. I had heard similar stories about running footsteps being heard in that cabin. As the weeks go by, and as I share these stories with people, I then get told that there's an actual graveyard at the camp. From what I remember, it's called the Delarmy family that used to occupy the main house in the land way back when. Wonder why that's not in the brochure. If I recall correctly, there's a grave for a very young kid in there also. But although it's not necessarily relevant to any of the experiences, I did find them creepy, and it did become a stop on a ghost walk that we organized later in the summer for the staff. In my second year there, a group of us would regularly go in search of these spirits on our nights off, frequently going into creepiest of places like the chapel and attempting to talk to these spirits while sitting in total darkness, hoping to get something to move or communicate back to us in some form, and also sitting in silence for a while to hear any activity. Now, this particular story gives me the most chills for a few reasons. I'd guess at saying there were 6 or 7 of us sitting in the theater sitting one night doing our best effort to talk to spirits, like you see in the paranormal TV shows. We were spread out around the room and just talking in turns to ask questions to provoke something as we normally did. I was sitting on the end of the left aisle around 6 rows from the stage, again in total darkness. I asked aloud if there were any spirits in this room with us. "Do you want us to leave you alone?" A second later I hear "yes" in a whispery tone. It's from a voice right next to me in the aisle where I froze. Everyone seemed to gasp, and my friend said, "What the fuck, did you hear that?" We all fumbled around to exit through the side door in a panic. This might sound insane to some of you, but the part I left out is that I have a voice recording of all of this. When I go back home to the UK one day, I'll dig out the hard drives and can hopefully share it on here. Goosebumps. The only experience I had in my 3rd and final year working there happened in the Allen cabins, which was an old infirmary at this camp many years ago. And in another user's post, they talk about the ghost of a nurse that would tend to the kids and touch their foreheads. Although I didn't experience that, I can also confirm that it is one of the many stories thrown around the camp by the kids and the staff of all ages. My experience was that one night I noticed that the light in the rec rooms left on seemed to be keeping me awake, so I head out there to turn it off and return to bed. 2 minutes later it flicked on again. No worries, I thought. Someone must need it on. Perhaps as some kind of nightlight. Now I'm struggling to sleep because of this light, and I hear no movement after 15 minutes, so I get back up and turn it off. Head back to bed. Seconds later, it flicks back on again. I go back knowing there's only one switch on each side of the rec room, and I flick it back on to see who I'm battling with. Nothing happens for a few seconds, then the switch by my hand starts to flick up and down around 10 times, leaving it in the on position. Hurried back to bed in disbelief at what had happened, so I put my earphones in. Now, it's been a few years, but I hope someone, at least past or present at this camp, finds this interesting and will hopefully add some more experiences for us to read. Sorry guys, I'm extra tired and kinda sick today. But nonetheless, sweet dreams. And if you're not going to sleep, good morning, good evening, and good night.